Come here, I'll only kill you a little. Get the hell away from me, you demented zombie. Sunny took a few steps back, easily avoiding the grasp of the shambling corpse of Master Jet. Fortunately, she was not too fast. In fact, she could barely crawl. Her nails powerlessly scratched against the alloy, and Soul Leaper let out a hoarse, disappointed hiss. Damn it! Sunny shook his head. Despite Jet's weakened state, avoiding her clutches was a tiresome task, mostly because there was nowhere really for him to run. Currently, the two of them were trapped on an alloy raft that was drifting slowly across the strait between the Antarctic center and the vast landmass to the east. When Jet lost control of herself, all Sunny could do was endlessly circle the raft and wait for her to come to her senses. Come here, Sunny. I won't bite. He gave her a dark look, then picked up his chair, walked over to the other end of their improvised vessel, and calmly sat down. The length of the raft was no more than 10 meters, but for Soul Reaper, that was a vast distance right now. She stared at him for a while, then gave up and rolled on her back with a curse, looking at the sky with a resigned expression. When Jet remained still, she really looked like a corpse, and technically she was. But at least in this cold, she was not a rotting corpse. One had to count their blessings. Unlike the souls of all awakened, hers was not able to generate essence on its own. Worse than that, her soul core was shattered and constantly leaked what little essence she had left. Once the essence completely ran out, Soul Reaper would truly and forever perish. The only way for her to survive was to continuously kill living beings and absorb their soul essence. That was actually Jet's sleeper ability. Her awakened ability allowed her to bypass all forms of physical defense and strike directly at the souls of her enemies, which was where her fearsome nickname, Soul Reaper, had come from. Her ascended ability was to slowly absorb shards of broken soul cores from those she had killed to build up and strengthen her own, both in terms of size and capacity. It also removed the natural limit of essence infusion that the flesh of most living beings had, allowing Jet to oversaturate her body with essence and achieve truly superb levels of strength, speed, and resilience. Hers was a supreme aspect. Sadly, right now, Jet had no essence to spare on strengthening her body. She barely had enough to keep it from collapsing entirely, and even that last reserve was slowly running out. Things had not gone well for them after the destruction of Falcon Scott. Even after the winter beast retreated into the depths of the Antarctic center, its dire influence remained. Neither Sunny nor Jet had been able to access their dream realm anchors, which meant that they could not escape from the waking world. Eventually, the two of them had been left with only one choice, to try and brave the Strait. Actually, there was no need for them to even reach East Antarctica. All they had to do was sail far enough into the ocean to leave the area of influence of the corrupted Titan, which would allow both to return to the dream realm. That would still be dangerous, but not as dangerous as remaining in the winter beast's frozen realm. There were no ships coming, and no seaworthy vessels left intact in Falcon Scott. In the end, Sunny had been forced to improvise. The alloy raft they were currently drifting on was not just a random sheet of light alloy, it was actually the covetous coffer. That memory of his possessed an enchantment called Mendacious Coffer, which allowed it to mimic the forms of inanimate objects. Additionally, the size and intricacy of the simulacrum were dependent on Sunny's shadow core capacity. By now, he was very close to becoming an ascended tyrant, so obviously, that capacity was much greater than when he had first acquired the coffer. So, Sunny had turned it into a raft. It was much larger than the alloy chest the coffer usually looked like, at the expense of the complexity. Even better, the locomotive chiffonier enchantment allowed the raft to propel itself forward at a modest speed. Most importantly, though, the covetous coffer was an ascended memory of the 4th tier, and as such, it was tremendously more durable than even the strongest alloy would have been. If something attacked them from below, which had already happened a few times, the raft was not going to be destroyed unless the attacking nightmare creature happened to be truly terrifying. Sunny and Jet had ventured into the Strait on top of the covetous coffer, hoping to leave the winter beast's area of influence in about a day. And they had. Sadly, their situation did not really improve after that. As it turned out, there were numerous nightmare gates hidden below the cold waters of the ocean here. Perhaps there were too many, or perhaps their luck had just been truly atrocious. But even now, a week later, Sunny and Jet had yet to encounter a place where the call of nightmare would not instantly whisk them away if they tried to leave for the dream realm. At this point, it would be easier for them to actually reach East Antarctica. They had made it 2/3 of the way already. The mighty battleships of the government fleet were able to make the trip in a day or two, but the covetous coffer was much slower, so it was going to take them a few more days to make landfall. Sunny did not feel too much pressure. Saint was standing guard with Morgan's warbow in her hands, warding off most of the sea creatures. Sunny and Saint were capable of dealing with almost every normal threat. If something they could not deal with were to attack from the depths, he could use a combination of memories to take flight. If they were attacked in the skies, he could dive deep into the ocean. The only problem he had was that Jet would periodically lose her mind and half-heartedly try to kill him. Sitting in his luxurious chair, Sunny threw a look at Soul Reaper's unmoving corpse and sighed. Damnation. Chapter 1062. Gone fishing. Sunny was not too worried about being able to reach East Antarctica. Unless something truly harrowing rose from the depths of the ocean to devour them, he was certain of his ability to either kill or escape it. However, he was worried about Jet. A week ago, she had been weak, but not nearly as weak as she was now. Her mental state was also getting worse. He knew that Soul Reaper had been intentionally starving her body of essence in order to conserve as much of it as possible, but still, Sunny did not know how much longer she would last. Right now, she was not even able to afford summoning a memory. Every drop of essence counted, and there was very little of it left in her shattered soul core, which presented a problem. Saint was capable of killing most nightmare creatures that attacked them with her bow, and Sunny was not far behind her in terms of lethality. However, Jet was in no condition to kill anything. But despite that, as he considered his options, the corpse stirred, then started laboriously crawling in his direction again, demented lights burning in its glassy blue eyes. Come here, come here." Sunny stared at her with distaste, then shook his head and stood up. His shadow sense spread outward, encompassing as much of the world as he could perceive. He remained motionless for a while, allowing the corpse to draw dangerously close. Jet's hollow eyes glinted. "Got you." Before she could grab his shin, however, Sunny sighed and dove off the edge of the raft, disappearing under the cold water. The graceless dusk dissipated into dancing threads of black silk. Jet seemed startled by his disappearance. She fruitlessly clawed at the surface of the raft a couple of times, then grew still. "He's gone." A hoarse sigh escaped from her bluish lips. She didn't inhale after that. By now, even breathing was a chore. She didn't really need to anyway. The corpse remained motionless for a long time. Eventually, a black bird landed on the raft, hopped over to the corpse, and stared at it curiously. A few moments later, the crow tried to peck one of the glassy eyes out. Jet blinked. "You stop that, crow, or I'm going to make you into a soup." The bird hurriedly jumped away, seemingly nervous. "Soup, soup." Its voice sounded indignant. Soul Reaper looked at the bird silently, then rasped, "Did you find land?" The crow spread its wings and waved them a couple of times. "Land, land." The corpse tried to smile, which looked quite disturbing. Even Saint spared it an indifferent glance. "How far is it?" The bird ruffled its feathers and made another hop back. "Far, far." Jet gritted her teeth. "I know that it's far, you stupid bird. How far?" The echo simply stared at her in confusion. After a couple of seconds, it cawed proudly. How?" Soul Reaper hissed, then hit her head against the alloy surface of the raft a couple of times. Got him it. After that small outburst, she didn't say anything else, remaining still and unmoving. The raft swayed gently on the waves. Below the raft, hundreds of small metallic feet were furiously paddling the cold water. On top of it, a living statue, a talking corpse, and a small black bird were silently waiting. Sometime later, the water behind the raft suddenly boiled, and a young man with silky black hair and alabaster skin emerged from it, dragging something in a stranglehold. A terrifying creature with long tentacles that were as wide as a man's thigh was struggling furiously, trying to free itself. Its spongy flesh was awash with inky black blood. "Stop fighting, you bastard." Sonny gritted his teeth and ignored a tentacle that was wrapped around his neck, exerting enough pressure on it to crush an armored vehicle. Using one hand, he swam toward the raft, climbed aboard, and dragged the nightmare creature with him. Saint silently moved to the opposite side of the coffer so that the weight of the abomination did not make it capsize. The crow flew up and landed on her shoulder, staring at the monstrous creature with apprehension. Sonny pressed the abomination down and barked. "Stay still." He was rather angry. Yes, he and Saint were enough to slay most of the nightmare creatures that would attack them, either from underwater or from the sky. However, capturing one alive, that was a whole different level of trouble. "Jet, get in here." Soul Reaper slowly gathered her limbs and then sluggishly tried to stand up. After a few tries, she succeeded and stood there for a moment, swaying. Sonny summoned the cruel sight and tossed it to her, using his knee to press the abomination into the alloy. Soul Reaper caught the spear and used its shaft to help herself stay upright. He held the nightmare creature down and cursed. "Hurry the hell up. That thing is really strong." Not to mention that it had more limbs than he did. Immobilizing it was a miserable task. Jet shambled over, then spun the somber spear and thrust it into the center of the mass of furiously dancing tentacles, using the whole weight of her body to give the strike some force. The silver blade pierced the flesh of the abomination and disappeared inside, causing a river of black blood to flow onto the alloy surface of the raft. The corpse of Soul Reaper lost balance and fell flat into the puddle of blood. She remained laying there, not paying the convulsing tentacles any attention. Slowly, an eerie smile of satisfaction appeared on the dead body's blood-stained face. "Ah, that feels better." Sonny let go of the slain creature and sent it back into the water with a furious kick. Saint moved back to the middle of the raft, balancing it with her prodigious weight. The crow slid off her shoulder and landed at the edge of the pool of black blood. It stared at it for a moment and then cawed excitedly. "Soup, soup." Chapter 1063. Lively Corpse. Sonny summoned the graceless dusk back and remained motionless for a while, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean. The sunrise in Antarctica was a long affair. By now, the sky was on the precipice of falling into a long period of twilight, but the cold waters still seemed black. After a month or two of dawn, it would be day for about 4 months, followed by a couple of months of dusk. There would be much fewer shadows around for close to half a year, which meant that Sonny was going to have a much harder time fighting. Many of his advantages would disappear. Provided that the forces of humanity would even be able to last that long, of course. There was a good chance that they wouldn't, but there was also a good chance that they would. The situation in East Antarctica was much better than it had been in the Antarctic Center. In fact, it was more or less exactly what the government had hoped for after the tumultuous first phase of the operation. All the population had been relocated to a number of siege capitals. The soldiers had hunkered down, and people were being slowly carried across the ocean to the other quadrants. That process would last until the end of the year, at least. There were 3 field armies of the 1st Evacuation Army currently operating in East Antarctica, which was exactly 3 times more than the single one that had been sent to the Antarctic Center. There were also two saints there, one of the government's own and the emissary of the great clan's song. Once Saint Tyrus recovered from her wounds, there would be three. The second army was on its way, as well. They would be making landfall in just a few days, and once that happened, the human forces on the continent would be incredibly bolstered. The second army was supposed to be composed of twice as many mundane soldiers, awakened and masters, as the first army had been. Close to 5,000 awakened had died in the Antarctic center, but by the end of August, there would be 60,000 of them defending East Antarctica. Best of all, there was no winter beast to suppress all forms of long-range communications there, allowing the army to operate as the well-oiled machine it was supposed to be. That had to be enough to withstand the onslaught of the chain of nightmares for 5 more months. By then, most of the population would hopefully be evacuated. And if not, there was the winter solstice. With how rampantly the spell had been spreading in the southern quadrant, the number of awakened was bound to double, or even triple after the solstice. All the sleepers created by the chain of nightmares would receive the chance to come into their full power. So, although the forces arrayed against the evacuation effort would continue to grow more dire as time went on, the forces of humanity would swiftly increase, too. There was a chance, however. Sonny knew that there was one unpredictable part of the equation that could ruin everything. The great clans. Nephi's had told him that the southern campaign was a perfect battlefield for them to wage their war. And so, there was a large possibility that song and valor would clash in East Antarctica, complicating the already dreadful situation. There was no sense or reason in their insane feud, at least none that Sonny and Neph could see. And yet, the threat posed by the war of great clans was very real. As Sonny looked at the ocean, his eyes glinted with cold, wrathful light. Those bastards! He had not even noticed when his hands turned into fists. Penny for your thoughts. Sonny turned slightly and looked at Jet. She had sat up and was now wiping the nightmare creature's blood off her face, looking slightly less corpsely, but only slightly. She was still a far cry from the fearsome soul reaper he knew. Sonny lingered for a moment, then said evenly, just thinking about the future. Jet studied him for a bit. Really? Because you look like you're about to dive back into the water, this time to butcher a few abominations just for fun. She sighed, then said wistfully, Why did you throw that one off the raft anyway? We didn't even retrieve the soul shards. Sonny scoffed. What do we need soul shards for? You can't use them, and neither can I. That thing, meanwhile, was flooding the whole place with its rotten blood. We don't even have a rag to wipe it off. Indeed, soul shards were useless for both of them. Sonny needed shadow fragments, which could only be received by slaying enemies of equal or higher rank, while Soul Reaper could only replenish her essence and strengthen her core by killing living things. In the outside world, a single soul shard was worth a hefty sum of credits, but here on the raft, Sonny would have given 100 of them just for a mop. Well, maybe not 100. Sonny sighed, then returned to his chair and sat down. He was growing hungry, too. Jet stood up, shakily walked out of the puddle of blood, and lowered herself to the alloy surface of the raft. Her eyes had regained a hint of their usual iciness. She remained silent for a bit, then said hoarsely, You've been in a dismal mood this whole time. Sonny looked at her with amusement. Not only was he amused by the fact that she had apparently had enough presence of mind to pay attention to his moods, with all that crawling around and trying to kill him, but the statement itself was more than a little redundant. How else was he supposed to feel after what had happened in Falcon Scott? Millions of people had died. The members of his cohort had died. And even before that, the first irregular company had been all but wiped out. Considering everything, Sonny thought that he had handled himself pretty well in the past week. He smiled darkly. Yeah, and why do you think that is? Jet sighed, then looked away. Does it matter what I think? I understand. Believe me, I do. In fact, I might just understand it better than you. But Sonny, do you want me to be honest? He stared at her silently, then shrugged. I guess. Usually, statements like this were followed by something unpleasant. She looked at the dark waves and shook her head. I think that you have maybe forgotten who you are and where you came from. I am only saying it because I went through the same thing many years ago. When I left the outskirts, I was tempted to forget the truth of things too, and I did, for a little while. But the world has a way of reminding you what it really is and what you should expect from it. Sonny, don't grow soft. You of all people should know better. Sonny looked at her, his face unmoving. After a few moments, he shook his head. We are not in the outskirts anymore, and we are not the same people anymore. A pale grin slowly appeared on Soul Reaper's lips. That is true, too. She lied down and stared at the sky, silent. After a while, though, Jet said, maybe you are right. Maybe people like us have to change, too. Inflexible things are the most brittle after all. But look around. With how things are going, the whole world just might end up like the outskirts soon. What are we supposed to do then? Sonny laughed. I'm the last person you should be asking for advice. What are we supposed to do? I have no idea. I don't even know what we are supposed to do tomorrow, let alone in the vague future. Let's just keep things simple. Today we need to survive. Tomorrow, too, after that, we'll see. It would already be nice if we get the privilege of having a choice in the matter. Jet turned her head and looked at him seriously. Then she said in a solemn tone, I can't survive, though. I'm already dead. They stared at each other silently for a few moments, then both laughed. The raft continued to drift on the cold waves. From time to time, Saint would raise her bow and send a black arrow into the dark water. Every time she did, the spell would whisper into Sonny's ear, announcing a kill. Other times, he would have to dive into the ocean himself and help her deal with the attacking abominations. Shadow fragments slowly trickled into his soul. The next day, Sonny procured another nightmare creature for Jet to kill, and the day after that, one more. On the third day, her crow returned from its scouting trip much sooner than usual, announcing that it had seen land. Not long after that, they saw a dark line on the horizon. On the fourth day, the raft finally reached the inhospitable shore, and the two of them set foot on solid ground again. East Antarctica welcomed them with cold winds, dim twilight, and the familiar call of the whispering nightmare gates. Chapter 1064. East Antarctica was many times larger than the Antarctic Center, both in terms of territory and population. Its landscape was also much more varied, with vast plains, long mountain chains, and numerous lakes that ranged from relatively small to those that were as large as seas. Somewhere out there, in that cold expanse, 21 siege capitals were currently enduring the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Each of them was comparable to Falcon Scott in size, and there were close to 900 million people protected by their walls. Sonny was looking into the distance, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In front of him was a vast plain that stretched all the way to the horizon, covered in snow. It was littered by giant boulders that stood like solemn monuments to the ancient past, and cut by countless deep canyons. Here and there, hordes of abominations could be seen, flowing across the plain like dark rivers. After months spent in the mountainous Antarctic center, it was strange to be able to see that far. The world was broad and shrouded in dim twilight, looking quite surreal. Sonny felt exposed. What a bleak sight. It was still better than the poisoned wilderness of the other continents. He could freely breathe here, at least. There were also much fewer scars left by the destructive wars of the dark times here, although there were some. He could see the skeletal remains of massive war machines and the ruins of destroyed towns far in the distance, all covered with snow. With a sigh, Sonny turned around. Behind him was a slope leading to the ocean shore. Jet had just finished climbing the slope and stopped near him, breathing heavily. She still looked like a dead woman walking. But at least she was breathing again. That alone made her less unnerving. Soul Reaper remained silent for a few moments, then cursed quietly. There are still gates near us. Indeed, the call was still too strong for them to escape into the dream realm. She studied the plane before looking at him. Do you have a working communicator? Sunny shifted awkwardly, then gestured to the graceless dusk. This is a transcendent armor, you know. It has many wonderful enchantments, sadly. One thing it doesn't have is pockets. I used to carry a few useful items inside a spatial storage memory, but those were all destroyed by the Heart of Darkness. So no, I don't have a communicator on me. Indeed, the covetous coffer was more or less empty now. Sunny had spent most of his supplies during the escape to Falcon Scott, and what little remained was then obliterated by the dark beetles. The only thing they had not been able to destroy were the spools of diamond thread from the ebony tower. Jet sighed, pity. Mine was frozen solid. We can't even contact Army Command then. Sunny watched the distant hordes of nightmare creatures for a while. Well, then we just have to keep moving deeper inland until we find a safe spot to use our anchors. Soul Reaper grimaced, which looked quite frightening considering her current state. She lingered for a few seconds, then shook her head. Moving inland, it won't be easy. This place is in a much better state than the Antarctic center was, but that's just inside the siege capitals. Out here in the wilderness, the nightmare creatures still reign unopposed. You know better than anyone how hard it is to traverse an environment like this. Sunny smiled darkly. Luckily, we don't need to travel for 3,000 kilometers, and there are no civilians slowing us down. Hell, there's not even a murderous sea to flood the entire world every night. Come on. It's going to be like a picnic, he called, and a moment later a Stygian black steed rose from the shadows. Nightmare snorted, ominous red flames burning in his eyes. The stallion's adamantine horns glinted dully in the bleak twilight of the early dawn. Sunny summoned the overpriced saddle and went about strapping it on the black courser. As he did, Jet looked at him with dead eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "By the way, I never asked, but how the hell did you end up being mongrel?" "That doesn't make any sense." She paused and then shook her head. "Actually, scratch that. In retrospect, it makes too much sense. We even met once when that gate manifested in NQSC. I feel embarrassed now," Sunny coughed. "I just wanted to train peacefully in the dreamscape. Who knew people would make such a ruckus about me learning a few battle styles? This whole thing went out of control really fast. Believe it or not, I actually wanted to use the mongrel persona to stay under the radar. That plan, yeah, it failed spectacularly." Jet laughed, her voice sounding hoarse and disturbing. "Stay under the radar? You call challenging Morgan of Valor staying under the radar?" He winced. "Well, I might have gotten a little greedy. Once or twice. But hey, at least I got a very good bow out of it. It's still my best ranged memory. Those Valor Forgemasters really know what they're doing, huh?" Soul Reaper shook her head. "You're not too bad yourself, Sunny. I still can't believe that you can craft memories. Do you know how rare aspects that allow Awakened to create memories are? There are very few such Awakened outside of Valor, and even those usually only work for the powerful legacy clans." Sunny remained silent for a few moments. By that point, there was nothing really preventing him from sharing his insights into sorcery with Jet. They had already learned a lot of each other's secrets, so one more wasn't going to make a difference. But it would be a long conversation. If he explained that his ability to create and modify memories had not come from his aspect, but rather from an attribute, he would have to explain what blood weave was, which in turn would require him to explain much more. He didn't feel like it. The knowledge would not help Soul Reaper anyway, or anyone else for that matter. As far as Sunny knew, his ability to see and interact with Spellweave was unique. Instead, Sunny glanced at Jet and asked, "What's so special about that Morgan anyway? How strong is she?" Soul Reaper sighed. "Understand that there are masters and then there are masters, Sunny. Legacies are trained from childhood to be monstrous fighters, and that's just those from lesser clans. Those from the great clans, well, you can imagine. Morgan is not just any member of Clan Valor either. She is their princess. You should know by now who her father is. Sonny's face darkened. He finished dealing with the saddle and crossed his arms. What about you then? Are you stronger than Morgan? Jet stared at him with her hollow, dead eyes. A corner of her mouth twitched upward. Me? Maybe. Probably not. If we had to fight, I would most likely lose. Not because I am weaker, just because Morgan has the vast resources of valor behind her. Memories, echoes, soul shards. You can't imagine how much power the great clans have hoarded over the decades. People like us don't have the same foundation, so I wouldn't want to fight one of their heirs if there's an option not to. That goes for your friend Songsation as well, he scoffed. It's a bit of a stretch to call us friends, and I think you are selling yourself short. I fought a couple of masters from Valor, you know. They're not that tough. Soul Reaper grinned. Oh, really? How come you ended up stuck in the waking world for half a year then? Sonny stared at her for a moment. Good point. With that, he jumped into the saddle, looked at Jet from above, and offered her a hand. Come on, climb up. She hesitated, prompting Sonny to raise an eyebrow. What's wrong? Jet cleared her throat. What do you mean, what's wrong? I don't know how to ride a horse. Why would I know how to ride a horse? I've never ridden one. I've never even seen one before your echo. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly laughed. That laugh surprised him because he had not thought himself capable of laughing after Falcon Scott. Gods, you don't need to ride anything. I'll control the horse, you just sit in front of me and don't fall off. I'm sure you can handle that much at least. Jet sighed, then grabbed his hand and jumped up. Nightmare exhaled loudly through his nostrils, confused as to why a corpse was sitting on top of him. Shadow God was also the god of death, though, so the shadow steed must have been accustomed to such things happening, or not. In any case, he would have to deal with it. Jet looked down nervously. Sonny, how fast is your horse exactly? He smirked. Pretty fast. With that, Sonny sent Nightmare forward. Soul Reaper would have yelped, but she was still having trouble breathing, so all she produced was a stifled hiss. The nightmarish steed carried a dead woman and a divine shadow as it raced across the snow-covered plain, moving deeper into the cold expanse of a doomed continent. Chapter 1065. Reaper Nightmare was flying across the twilight plain, ignoring all obstacles. He cut through the snow, maneuvered between giant boulders, crested hills, and jumped across deep canyons, his steel hooves sending sparks flying from the weathered stone. The dark destrier was swift like a shadow, moving with innate grace and incredible speed. Sonny was sitting in the saddle, holding Jet. She was basically in his embrace. In the past, being so close to her would have made his blood boil, but right now, he did not feel anything. Not just because Soul Reaper was cold and lifeless like a corpse, but also because his heart was just as cold and just as lifeless. He did not feel much of anything right now, except for deep, dark rancor. There was no time to either. Sonny might have joked about how this journey would be akin to a picnic, but in truth, their situation was still dire. East Antarctica was teeming with nightmare creatures, and he was not conceited enough to think himself capable of slaughtering entire hordes of them. Sonny knew that he was strong, but he also knew the limitations of his strength. He had just been taught a bitter lesson on that topic by the winter beast, after all. Right now, his best friends were caution and speed. His shadows were scouting ahead, searching for nightmare creatures that lay in wait. Some he would avoid, some he would escape from by relying on how swift Nightmare was. Steering clear of the migrating hordes was not too hard, but the smaller swarms and solitary abominations were a challenge. Still, Sonny had not been forced to summon Saint yet, let alone enter battle himself. They traversed a good distance, then hid in a deep ravine, waiting for a large horde to move away. After the river of monsters was gone, Nightmare dashed forward once again. Rinse and repeat. Finding a safe spot to enter the dream realm was proving to be more difficult than he had thought. There were places where the pull of the call was not strong enough to disrupt their anchors, but all of them were crawling with the nightmare creatures. Slaying the abominations was not out of the question, but Sunny felt reluctant to create a lot of noise. Who knew what else would be attracted by the sounds of a battle? And so, further and further they went. Eventually, he had to admit that solving their problem was not going to be a fast affair. As such, Sunny had to change his tactics. He had not eaten in a long time, and Jet was losing essence. They had to hunt. Sunny spent some time finding a swarm of nightmare creatures that was sufficiently small and isolated. After that, he commanded Saint to put an arrow into each abomination and slow them down with the burden of peace, enchantment of the black bow. Then Sunny set Soul Reaper on the beasts and watched from the shadows as she butchered them. Jet was still weak and low on essence. However, the creatures were merely awakened and weighed down by the soul arrows on top of that. He was there to interfere should something go wrong as well. Sunny was confident that his dead companion would be able to handle the swarm. And indeed, she did. To conserve her essence, Jet shunned summoning any memories and attacked the abominations with her bare hands. However, as Sunny quickly found out, Soul Reaper was a terror to behold even while weakened and unarmed. When she struck the abominations, her hands simply passed through their flesh, directly shattering the soul cores. But more than that, Jet was already dead, her body could still be damaged, and she would perish if it was entirely destroyed. But she was also not plagued by many of the weaknesses that most living beings shared. She could not bleed to death, but could ignore wounds that would cripple or kill any human. Jet was able to dismiss even the most severe internal injuries, continuing to fight without ever slowing down. Even if her lungs were crushed and her heart was pierced, she would simply continue to kill. Not even crushing Soul Reaper's skull would stop her. As long as she absorbed enough essence, her dead body would eventually heal, or rather, restore itself. Faced with such an unstoppable monster, even Sunny would feel a hint of dread. Good thing we're on the same side. In the end, it did not take long for Jet to slaughter the small swarm of awakened abominations. She killed them with her bare hands, regaining a little strength with each kill. Throughout all of this, her face remained unnervingly calm, like that of someone focused on a boring chore. Then, a disturbing little smile appeared on it. Sunny was forced to remember his first conversation with Teacher Julius. Back then, the old man had called Jet a murderous savage and a psychopathic killer. Sunny used to think that people were prejudiced against Jet because of her background, but now, knowing what he knew, he could see how strangers could have come to the conclusion that Soul Reaper enjoyed killing simply for the sake of killing. Very few people knew that she needed to constantly absorb essence to survive, after all, and who wouldn't be unsettled after witnessing something like this. When the last of the nightmare creatures fell to the ground, Jet straightened and closed her eyes for a moment, exhaling with satisfaction. She looked like a fiend that had just crawled from the depths of hell awash in blood, body riddled with ghastly wounds, and eerily beautiful despite all that. Shaking his head, Sunny emerged from the shadows and went about dressing down some of the abominations to collect meat. At the same time, Saint started salvaging soul shards. Jet remained motionless for a while, then looked at him. There was some vitality now in her eyes. She smiled and said, "What are we doing now?" Sunny looked at her somberly. "Now go wash yourself. You might be dead, but I'm not. I can still smell things." Chapter 1066. Faithful Imitation. Sometime later, they were hidden in a small cave at the bottom of a deep canyon, sitting in front of a fire. A piece of monster meat was roasting on it, filling the cave with a delicious smell. Sunny was a bit sullen, because it had taken all his knowledge of wilderness survival to make the small fire. Snowy reaches of Antarctica were not exactly the best place to search for fuel. He had almost been forced to use the divine flames of the cruel sight to cook, which would inevitably result in an atrociously burned dinner for him. Currently, Sunny was passing time by trying to play a simple melody on a flute made of emerald bone. Kai would have probably become ill if exposed to his musical talent, but Jet didn't seem to mind. She stared at the fire, flames reflecting in her icy blue eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "I can smell things too, you know, when I am sufficiently full of essence. My aspect might only give me a semblance of life, but it's a faithful imitation." Sunny lowered the emerald flute and looked at her gloomily. "What I'm hearing is that you want to rob me of some of this meat, right?" Jet lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Right, that was exactly what I meant. I am hungry too," he sighed, then hung more meat above the fire. "Should have just said so. Gods, what is up with me always ending up with gluttonous women? It just never ends." Sunny turned the meat over. After a while, following a whim, he asked, "How did you end up with such a wicked flaw anyway? I thought mine was bad." "But if I survived the first nightmare only to be killed by the spell during the assessment, I would have been pretty upset." He really did not understand how it would work. Jet laid down, staring at the stone roof of the cave. She sighed, then shrugged slightly. "No, it wasn't during the assessment. Actually, I did not survive the first nightmare. I was young and weak and frightened, and so I died." Soul Reaper turned her head and looked at him across the fire. "But I didn't remain completely dead. I crawled out of the grave somehow and finished the trial. I guess the role I played in the nightmare, or maybe my innate attribute, created the possibility of something like that happening. It had to be an infinitely small possibility, though, because the spell seemed rather impressed with the result. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me a supreme aspect." Sunny did not answer, considering what he heard. It made sense. He had also made something nearly impossible happen during the first nightmare. If he had not been sent into the body of a temple slave, Shadow God would not have responded to his unintentional call. And if he did not have the fated attribute, he would have never unwittingly climbed on that altar, most likely. Many things had come together to create the possibility. He had been the one to grasp it, though. Anyone else would have failed. Sunny looked at Jet silently, thinking about her flaw. What would happen if he gave her Weaver's mask? Would she come back to life? In his heart, he knew the answer. After learning about Weaver, the spell, and the vicissitudes of fate, Sunny developed an intuition about these things. Jet would indeed come back to life, but her soul would remain shattered, and like all living beings with broken souls, she would instantly die. This time forever. Her cruel flaw, mockingly, was the only thing that allowed her to exist. What about his own flaw? Sunny tried to imagine the life he would have had if not for the inability to lie. Would it have been easier? Would it have been harder? He would not have become enslaved, that was for sure. But he also would have never gotten close to other people, choosing to lie and manipulate them instead of trusting them, out of fear of being rejected and betrayed. And for that reason, he would have probably died a long time ago, or at least turned into something ugly and twisted. Was that the lesson he was supposed to learn? Weaver, you hypocrite, weren't you yourself the master of lies? Sunny shook his head and concentrated on not burning the meat. These philosophical questions were a waste of time. He would still choose to get rid of his flaw in an instant if he could. Jet sighed, breaking the silence. "Actually, learning my flaw was not the hardest part. The hardest part was surviving the time between the nightmare and the solstice. As you can imagine, it's not easy for a sleeper to find things to kill before entering the dream realm. I ended up having to ask for help. And asking for help ended up costing me a lot." Sunny shifted slightly. "Who did you ask?" she chuckled. "Who do you think? Just like you, I've been invited to the academy after becoming a sleeper, and just like you, I've been asked for the details of my aspect. On a voluntary basis, of course. But what would an ignorant kid from the outskirts know? I told them everything, and from that moment they had a wonderful leash to keep me on." Jet remained silent for a few moments. "That is fine, though. Even without it, I would have chosen the same. I'm happy with how things turned out. Still," she grew quiet and then added wistfully, "it would have been nice to have had more of a choice." Sonny did not speak for a while. Eventually, he said, "Yeah, I would have been nice." With that, he judged that the meat was ready and took it off the fire. "Here, your dinner is ready." They concentrated on the food, content to be safe for the moment with something tasty to eat. Sonny could vividly remember the times when eating anything, let alone actual meat, had been a cause for celebration. Jet could, too. Those times were gone, and no matter how complicated and hard their lives had become. Sitting in a damp cave located in the depths of a dying continent, Sonny stared at the fire and thought, "I guess it's an improvement." Chapter 1067. With your shield soon, Sonny and Jet continued their journey. The landscape of East Antarctica remained the same, and so did the dangers they faced. The two of them traveled across the desolate plain, sometimes avoiding the nightmare creatures, sometimes engaging in short and furious battles. Sonny felt a little bit numb and was glad to have a task to focus on. With all his attention concentrated on keeping them alive, he had no time for unnecessary thoughts, which suited him just fine. Jet, meanwhile, was slowly recovering her powers. The more abominations she killed, the less like a corpse she looked. At some point, she allowed herself to summon a few memories, and was now wearing a light suit of armor that was made of black, lusterless leather. Now that she wielded a weapon, her lethality had soared too. For Sonny, it was fascinating to watch Jet slowly come back to life. Her eyes were once again the familiar icy blue, her movements becoming as swift, murderous, and purposeful as they had been before. This was the fearsome Soul Reaper he knew. She might not have reached her peak condition yet, but she did not resemble a shambling corpse anymore either. Most interesting of all, her lifeless shadow had regained its vitality. By now, he would have never suspected that the person in front of him was not actually alive. A few days passed, and then a few more. 2 whole weeks had passed since the destruction of Falcon Scott. They had spent half of that time crossing the Strait and half traversing the snowy plain. The plain was as inhospitable and vast as ever. Sonny made Nightmare stop, waiting for his shadows to assess the size of a distant horde of nightmare creatures. These past few days, there had been more and more abominations around, all moving in the same direction. Weaving between them was growing harder. Somewhat bored, he shifted in the saddle and asked, "Hey, do you think the government considers us dead?" Jet, who was sitting in front of him, turned her head and gave him an amused look. Sonny sighed. No pun intended. He knew that his friends had to be aware that he was fine. Nephis could see his runes after all, and she would have informed the rest. However, being pronounced dead by the government was a bothersome affair. His merchant license would have been revoked, for example, which would put Aiko and the brilliant Emporium in a tight spot. His home could be auctioned off, too. Jet chuckled. "I don't think so. They have ways to know such things, the diviners, for example. We were probably marked as missing in action, if anyone even had time to do the paperwork." Sonny wanted to continue the conversation, but then fell silent, a slight frown appearing on his face. Soul Reaper raised an eyebrow. "What is it?" He shook his head. "SHH, listen." At that moment, the wind carried over the sound of distant thunder. It sounded like a rainstorm was raging somewhere far away, but Sonny had spent too much time with the army not to recognize it. The two of them exchanged a meaningful glance. Jet smiled. Railguns. Indeed, the thunderous sound could only be produced by the massive armaments. Commanding Nightmare to turn, Sonny sent his steed in the direction where the thunder had come from. The black stallion flew across the desolate plain, eventually cresting a tall hill. In front of them was a vast lake. In the dim twilight, its surface seemed restless and gray. The shield of ice covering the lake had long been broken, with many gargantuan carcasses floating in the cold water like dark islands. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV YLWRLDSAM. Smaller nightmare creatures were swarming around them, greedily devouring the flesh of the fallen giants. On the other side of the lake, Tall alloy walls rose from the shore, with thousands of armaments unleashing a devastating barrage of tungsten rounds on the encroaching mass of abominations. Sonny could even discern the small shapes of soldiers and awakened on the battlements. A long sigh escaped from his lips. A siege capital. Summoning the sin of solace, Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. Then he sent Nightmare galloping down the hill. The black steed rushed toward the lake, surrounded by a tide of moving shadows. Returning from the dead had turned out to be much more chaotic than Sonny expected, and fighting through the horde of nightmare creatures to reach the siege capital was not the most tumultuous part. He was actually accustomed to things like that. The reactions of the people inside the stronghold were much more intense. At first, the commander of the city defenses seemed polite, but unfriendly. After all, the sudden appearance of two ascended outside the walls during a fierce battle had put a lot of pressure on him. Fields of fire had to be rearranged, a safe corridor created. Perhaps his soldiers would even have to sortie to protect the unexpected guests. However, the latter measure had not been needed. Sonny fought his own way to the wall and then scaled it himself. And when the master in charge learned that the two ascended had come from the Antarctic Center, his demeanor completely changed. "Falcon Scott, but..." The man stared at them with wide eyes for a moment. Then something akin to joyous pride ignited in them. Sonny did not really know what the master was feeling so proud about, but at least the unfriendliness immediately disappeared. "Gods, great, this is great. I need to inform the..." "No, wait. Are you guys wounded? Do you need medical attention?" "Crap, what am I saying? Wait, Antarctic Center. Then you are Soul Reaper Jet. Ascended Jet, ma'am. Of course you would make it." The news about the annihilation of the Antarctic Center Field Army must have already spread through the quadrant, so the sudden appearance of two ascended survivors had an explosive effect. The soldiers, who had been depressed and despondent about the fate of their comrades, were all suddenly full of joy and ardor. It was as though their own siblings had returned alive from beyond the grave. Sonny had not experienced being stared at so intently even when masquerading as mongrel. The two of them were promptly brought to the local government headquarters and showered with attention, especially Jet. From what Sonny could understand, the government saint stationed in East Antarctica was coming to the siege capital to welcome her back personally. Sonny was soon going to meet the saint, too. After a short debriefing, during which the government agents could not stop staring at him, he could finally exhale and relax a little. That was strangely exhausting. Sonny spoke to Jet, agreeing to meet the next morning, and then spent a little time in the living quarters assigned to him. He enjoyed a warm shower, a scrumptious meal, and some peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. It felt so strange to not have to fight for his life and the lives of millions of other people without a reprieve. He wondered how long that peace would last. Eventually, Sonny placed a tether inside his room and quietly slipped out of the waking world. He went to visit the Ivory Tower. Chapter 1068. Changed man on a beautiful island of ancient trees and emerald grass. A lone figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was a young man with alabaster skin, wearing a simple tunic of fine black silk. He remained motionless for a few moments, then walked to the edge of the island and froze there, looking down. If not for the wind playing with the young man's black hair, he would have looked like an exquisite statue. The Ivory Island had changed a bit in the past few months. The Great Pagoda itself was the same, of course, but the comely wooden buildings created by the fire keepers now resembled a small, peaceful village that blended harmoniously into the landscape. The ancient trees of the grove now had fruit hanging from their branches, each looking ripe and delicious. The white bones of the ancient dragon were still bathed in sunlight, and a graceful ship was still swaying on the placid surface of the clear lake. There was one big change that startled Sonny a lot, though, pulling him out of his reverie. What the hell? Looking down, he did not see the familiar abyssal darkness of the sky below. Instead, he saw a mosaic of flying islands, all connected by colossal chains, slowly floating by. The ivory island was moving. Although the movement was very slow, it had already left the empty expanse of the tier behind and was now drifting through the clouds toward the southern border of the chained isles. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Since when can this thing move? He lingered for a while, studying the landscape below, then walked along the edge of the ivory island. It seemed that many things had changed while he was in Antarctica. Soon, Sonny reached the waters of the clear lake, which glinted and shone with the reflected sunlight. There was a stone bench near the shore and a familiar figure sitting on it with a fishing rod in her hand. Tall, attractive, brimming with vitality, Effie was relaxing in the sun and watching the lake. Sonny walked closer and remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said, "There's actually fish in that lake." Effie shrugged lazily. "Who knows, that's what I'm trying to find out. Hopefully, I developed a taste for fish and sea monsters after being stuck on a ship for an entire month." Then she suddenly froze and slowly turned around. Effie's hazel eyes shone with glee. "Sonny, it's you," he smirked. "Who else would it? Our gods, put me down, you savage idiot." The huntress had instantly swept him into a crushing hug, and considering their difference in height, Sonny felt his feet leaving the ground. El Cyrillic letter 456 GHTNAV LWRLDSAM. His voice was full of righteous indignation. "I said, gods, don't you have any modesty?" "Let go of me," Effie exploded with laughter and put him down. And it was a good thing, too. Sonny was this close to using the feather of truth to turn himself as heavy as a huge chunk of marble. He only hesitated because that might have had no effect on her. "When did you arrive?" "No, wait, where the hell are you? Neff told us that you are alive, but the news from the Antarctic Center. Doofus, are you really all right? What happened?" Sonny gave her a resigned look, then shook his head. "Just now. East Antarctica, I guess. As for what happened," he sighed, "let me think for a moment. I went through 6,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains, received a couple of medals, traversed an endless tunnel full of elemental darkness, got killed by a titan, killed that titan back, led a convoy of tens of thousands of refugees to safety, rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, killed that terror, got blown up, then killed some more nightmare creatures, then lost to a different titan, crossed the Strait on a raft, rode a horse all the way to the nearest siege capital. That pretty much covers it, I guess. Oh, I also learned how to play the flute, a little." Sonny paused, then looked at Effie nonchalantly. "And what's new with you?" She stared at him for a moment, then grinned, wrapped her arm around his shoulder and pulled him toward the tower. "I see, so the usual. Don't think that you're getting out of really telling us what happened, though. We've been worried sick, you know. Kai almost had a heart attack right before we disembarked in East Antarctica, when the news of what happened in Falcon Scott reached us. Even Princess seemed a bit shaken. I swear to the dead gods, I almost saw her having a facial expression. Come, let's find the rest of the guys." Sonny estimated his chances of struggling free of Effie's hold as moderate, but then just relaxed and allowed himself to be led toward the ivory tower. That was why he had come here, after all, to speak with the other members of the cohort. He needed to share a lot of practical knowledge with Kai and Effie, as well as speak with Nephi's and Cassie about the great clans. But more than that, he simply wanted to see them. There was a lot of darkness and confusion in his heart, but his friends, his cohort. Despite all the complicated matters between them, they were like a small island of stability in the chaotic, unpredictable, deadly world they were all living in. He had missed them all, even though perhaps he shouldn't have. The 4 months Sonny had spent in Antarctica changed a lot of things, making some seem unimportant and some more significant than they used to be. He shook his head. Fine, I'm coming. Can you let me go now?" Sonny sighed. At least she did not joke about the graceless dusk. At that moment, Effie gave him a mischievous look. Doofus, I couldn't help but notice. What a nice dress you have. He gritted his teeth. Tunic, it's a tunic. A transcendent armor-type memory which is not a dress but a tunic. Are you blind or what? Chapter 1069. Secrets of the Island. The great hall of the ivory tower made Sonny shiver, just like the last time he had seen it. It was bathed in bright sunlight that poured through tall and narrow windows. A circle of chains lay in the middle of the hall that was the gateway. There was no one here, but Effie pulled Sonny to a staircase that led to the underground level of the tower. Its roots were deep, seemingly reaching into the very heart of the island. That stairwell spiraled along the outer wall of the pagoda, and there was a tapestry of beautiful carvings on the ivory stone. The carvings told the stories of the golden age of the Kingdom of Hope, long before it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Wait. I don't think there was a way down before. Was it hidden? Confused, Sonny silently followed Effie. Eventually, the two of them reached a vast circular chamber at the bottom of the stairwell. Sonny had never been here before but expected it to be similar to the lowest level of the Ebony Tower. And indeed it was. However, it was also entirely different. The duplicate tower created by Nether was full of darkness, and there was a ghastly mountain of discarded mannequins occupying the center of its underground level. This chamber, however, was suffused with light. There was a vast and inconceivably complicated runic circle carved into the floor of the chamber and within it. Sonny stared, not even noticing the two people studying the circle. His body shivered slightly. Is that? Floating in the air at the center of the chamber was a rough, radiant crystal. It was larger than Sonny and gave him a feeling of sublime, awesome, indescribable power. The crystal was like a miniature sun, flooding the underground hall with soft light. Reality itself seemed to ripple and shine around it. It was like nothing Sonny had ever seen. A familiar voice answered, pulling him out of his astonishment. Yes, from what we can tell, this is a divine soul shard. Sonny slowly turned his head and looked at Cassie, who was sitting in front of the runic circle, surrounded by notebooks, etchings, and writing implements. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AVIE LS AVIE com. She was wearing simple jeans and a white t-shirt, her pale gold hair gathered in a messy knot bun. Sonny lingered for a moment, not knowing what to say. A divine. At that moment, however, a different voice interrupted him. Sonny. He looked up, only now noticing Kai, who was hovering high above the runic circle near the tall ceiling of the chamber. The archer was already descending, and with considerable speed at that. Oh no. Before Sonny could react, he was subjected to another hug. God, Sonny, you had us all worried. He gently struggled out of Kai's embrace and met his friend's blinding smile with a pale one of his own. Ah, sorry. I guess I'm just a worrisome person. I only died once in the past couple of months, though, so you needn't have worried. Then Sonny looked past the startled archer, stared at the radiant crystal, and took a deep breath. Anyone wants to explain to me what is going on? Cassie stood up, sighed, and massaged her knees. Then she gave him a soft smile. I am glad that you are back too, Sonny. With that, she took a few steps back and gestured to the floor of the circular chamber. Take a look at that. He looked down, only now paying attention to the runic circle carved into the white stone. The weave of runes was vast, complicated, and possessed a disturbing familiarity. Sonny frowned. What is that sickening feeling? Then he mentally scaled the runes up many times their size and tilted his head a little. The runes were very similar in style and shape to those of the Red Colosseum. Just looking at them reminded him of the harrowing months he had spent in the cage below the arena. Hope's sorcery. Cassie nodded. Indeed. We continued to explore the tower after you left and eventually unlocked the path to this chamber. Our reaction was more or less the same as yours. Cassie shook her head. The Ivory Island holds more secrets than we thought. Well, Nephi's will probably be able to explain it better. In any case, we quickly realized that these runes resembled the ones you had encountered in the ancient theater, so the Fire Keepers went on an expedition to the western edges of the Chained Isles. The Red Colosseum has long turned into a ruin and was teeming with all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures. It took some effort to eradicate them and clear the floor of the arena. A ruin? Good, Kai nodded. Effie and I couldn't participate because we were tied up settling into our roles in the Second Army. However, since Cassie returned, I've been helping her study the runic circle from time to time. A high vantage point helps see it in its entirety, and so on. We've made a little progress, even. Mostly because Cassie had spent a lot of time with Noctis and learned many things, especially about that flying ship of his. She nodded. Yes. In fact, I suspect that the enchantments of the ship were derived from some of Desire's creations. There are many similarities, so, after months of study and comparisons, we managed to decipher a tiny portion of the circle. It is not much, but it did allow us to access one of the island's hidden functions. Sonny just stared at her silently for a few moments. Then he said, "Is that why the island is moving?" Cassie nodded with a small smile. "Indeed, we are now able to move the Ivory Island, albeit very slowly." He hesitated for a bit, then shook his head. "Am I the only one who is freaked out by a damned divine soul shard? It's divine. Where did Hope get a divine soul shard?" Effie glanced at the radiant crystal and shrugged. There were only 6 gods, but there were plenty of creatures of the divine rank, the former mistress of this tower included. Sometimes they fought side by side, sometimes they fought against each other. Well, of course they did. Considering how terrifying this demon of desire was, is it so surprising that she had a divine soul shard or two? In fact, I am kind of disappointed that we didn't find way more incredible treasures in her basement. Makes sense, though. The damned dragon must have cleaned it all out ages ago. She glanced up in the direction where the bones of Severax were wrapped around the great pagoda. Kai's face darkened a little. He sighed. "Why are we talking about this stuff anyway? Sonny is finally back. He has to be sick of military rations. Let's go, guys. I bet dinner is almost ready." Sonny gave him a long look. "Mind if I stay and drool at that shard a bit longer? I mean, it's a divine soul shard. Can you imagine how much that thing costs?" Kai shook his head and said, his voice full of resoluteness, "No, you can't. I am going to feed you and don't even think about resisting." Sonny looked at the radiant crystal one last time and sighed. "Well, all right. I guess I can go for a bite." Chapter 1070. Dysfunctional Citadel. 1070. Dysfunctional Citadel. As they went back up the stairs, Sonny couldn't help but think about what he had seen in the stone chamber at the root of the great pagoda. The circle of runes, the sublime crystal hovering in the middle of it. That had to be the core of Hope's Tower, as well as of the whole island. The very heart of the Citadel, but what was its purpose? An easy conclusion would be that the Divine Soul Shard was the energy source that powered the enchantments keeping the Ivory Island afloat. But that did not make any sense. The runes had been carved by the demon of desire herself, which meant that the enchantments had been created before her kingdom was destroyed. Back then, it had been simply a prospering latte. There had been no islands, let alone flying ones. Come to think of it, Sonny was not entirely clear on how the Kingdom of Hope had become the Chained Isles. Had she suspended the remnants of her shattered kingdom above the devouring flames herself, in order to preserve at least some of it, or had it been arranged by Sun God? There were other questions, too. If the Divine Soul Shard was the heart of the Citadel, was it powering the gateway? But the gateway was only created recently, after the Seed of Nightmare had been conquered. The spell made it appear, not hope. Had the spell created entirely new enchantments, or built upon the existing ones? Cassie had said that there were other functions of the Citadel she had yet to master. What were they, exactly? Now that Sonny started thinking about it, he realized that he didn't really know much about Citadels. That word just used to describe a human stronghold built around a gateway in the dream realm. He had visited to the sanctuary of Noctis and the Ivory Tower. No, actually, the Crimson Spire would have become a citadel too if it had not been destroyed. Was there perhaps more to the citadels than he had known? Did all of them have hidden functions? Sunny glanced at Cassie, who was tracing the stone wall with her fingers as she ascended the stairs. I actually learned a bit about Hope's runic sorcery back in the nightmare. If you want, we can compare notes later. Cassie turned her head and smiled with some excitement. Really? That would be very helpful. Sunny sighed. Of course it would be. Neither of them had any hope of truly learning runic sorcery or Hope's magic, as Noctic had called it in their lifeline. However, learning how to decipher and use already existing enchantments was not out of the question. After all, a person could swing a sword without knowing how to forge it. Runic sorcery was different from weaving, but perhaps just as ingenious. In the primordial era of the dream realm, mortals had only known one type of sorcery, the sorcery of names. They were capable of invoking the true names of things to wield great power, but speaking those names aloud was often an impossible task. Hope, however, had invented the concept of writing and gifted it to humans. With the knowledge of writing, humans learned how to transcribe true names and did not need to speak them aloud anymore. Letter 1D5C5, letter 1D5C2, letter 1D5C0, letter 1D5C1, letter 1D5CD, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D5BC, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D5C6. More tight than that, the names could be bound to material objects through writing, thus granting the invocations permanence, and could also be shaped into songs and phrases. However, it was still all based on the knowledge of true names. Without knowing the meaning of the name, transcribing it would have no effect, and there was no way for either Sunny or Cassie to learn that in less than a few centuries. They were both mortals after all, so all they could do was use runic enchantments left behind by someone far more powerful and knowledgeable. Sunny shook his head slightly, wondering what secrets the Ivory Tower held. They made their way back to the first level and then went higher. In the past, the Fire Keepers had made their home on the upper levels of the Ivory Tower, but now it was empty. The awakened following Nephis and Cassie had moved to the wooden village outside. The second level, the third level, the fourth. Finally, they arrived at the fifth, second-to-last level of the pagoda. It was separated into many halls and chambers, some of which had been recently refurbished to serve various purposes. It all resembled the interior of a beautiful, but rather barebones manor. A mouth-watering aroma was coming from a half-open door at the end of one of the corridors. Effie hurried toward it with gleaming eyes. Behind the door was a brightly lit hall that was made into a kitchen. Sunny noticed that someone had put a lot of effort into either building cooking appliances or bringing them here from the waking world. The latter could only be done by a master, of course. Although most advanced technology did not work in the dream realm, similar to how it failed in the vicinity of Nightmare Gates, more primitive devices functioned perfectly well. There were expensive, but much more convenient spelltech solutions, too. So while you couldn't really have something like an electric stove or a refrigerator here, you could have a wood stove or an ice hox, as well as analogs that worked on essence. Sunny also noticed several large crates of cooking ingredients, beverages, and snacks, which had obviously been delivered from the waking world by the members of the cohort. He did not pay that much attention, though, because there was someone standing in front of the stove, stirring the source of the delicious aroma, a generous amount of fried rice that was being cooked in a bowl-shaped frying pan. Tall, slender, with beautiful silver hair, and wearing white apron. An apron. Sunny blinked a couple of times. Hearing their steps, Nephis looked over her shoulder and called out, "It's almost ready." Then she suddenly tensed and slowly turned around. Neff's face remained as calm as ever, but there was a hint of agitation in her striking gray eyes. "Sonny." He remained silent for a moment, then looked past her. "Sure, you better turn around, though. Don't burn our dinner." Chapter 1071. Familiar Role 1071. Familiar Role. Nephi stared at Sonny for a couple moments, then briefly glanced at her apron and quietly cleared her throat. "Right." She turned around and got back to stirring the rice. A couple seconds later, Sight added without looking back, "You'll have to wait for a couple more minutes. And, welcome back, Sonny. Did you make it out of the Antarctic Center all right?" Sonny wondered how much Changing Star knew about the situation in the southern quadrant as he followed Cassie, Effie, and Kai to sit behind a dining table, settling on a wooden chair, which was far inferior to his own shadow chair. He sighed. "I wouldn't call it all right, but yes, I made it out. I'm already inside a siege capital in East Antarctica." Neff's shoulder moved slightly. "That's good." Effie grabbed a few cans of something sugary and refreshing, then pushed one toward Sonny. "Kai and I spent a whole month in transit aboard those giant ships. We were in the first batch of the Second Army to arrive, so we've been in East Antarctica for about a week. Gods, I thought the ocean was bad, but Antarctica. I have never seen that many nightmare creatures in my life, not even here in the dream realm. It's like the two worlds switched places." Kai nodded southerly. "Indeed. Even though there are secure evacuation corridors between the inland siege capitals and the harbor strongholds, we had to fight a couple battles just to reach our designated sector. Luckily, there were no casualties. The Second Army was twice the size of the First Army, so it was going to take 2 trips for the naval convoys to bring all of it to the southern quadrant. Both Effie and Kai were in the first wave of reinforcements, which was why they had made landfall around the time Sonny himself reached East Antarctica. Sonny looked at them, wondering. East Antarctica was a large place, and it was not a given that their paths would cross until the end of the operation. He really hoped that they would, though. Effie shook her head. "Enough about us. What happened to you? You look a bit different, Sonny." He did indeed look slightly different because of the marble shell. However, Sonny knew that that was not what Effie meant. He sighed and took a sip from the cart she had given him. "Well, as you know, I was assigned to the 1st Irregular Company. In the first month after our contingent of the Army made it to the Antarctic Center, things were, more or less, fine. The field army split into 7 divisions, with one remaining in the city of El Alcan-Scott, while 6 others moved south to establish 6 more siege capitals. Sonny paused. I was assigned to the southernmost siege capital, and then went on a mission to retrieve a VIP from a remote research station. That was when everything went from bad to worse. The chain of nightmares had gone into overdrive, and 3 whole titans spawned in the Antarctic Center, including an especially troublesome corrupted one. It took a lot to keep his voice from shaking at the mention of the winter beast. The others looked at him intently, and Sonny sighed. I ended up stuck in that research station for about a month, waiting to be evacuated by a battleship. However, the ship never arrived, and everyone in the settlement was eventually eviscerated by a powerful terror. My people and I were the only ones to survive. We were in a bit of a predicament, though, because by that point, reaching the nearest siege capital was more easily said than done. He leaned back, remembering L049 and the start of the calamitous march north. His face darkened. And then we learned that the nearest siege capital had actually already been destroyed. So I had to go to the second nearest one, picking up a few refugees in the process. That was when I got trapped in that weird tunnel. Thanks for helping me out, by the way. He forced out a smile, looking at Nephi and Cassie. Cassie shook her head. Of course. We were quite surprised. The way you delivered the message was very original, to say the least. And Tit, very you. Hopefully the little kernel of insight I gleaned was of some help. Sonny chuckled. It helped. I still don't know what that thing in the tunnel was, but we managed to escape from it. for a time. Sadly, the second nearest siege capital also ended up being destroyed, and so I had to lead the train of refugees all the way back to Falcon Scott. That was a hell of a journey. Letter 1D5C5, Letter 1D5C2, Letter 1D5C0, Letter 1D5C1, Letter 1D5CD, Letter 1D5C7, Letter 1D5BC, Letter 1D5C8, Letter 1D5C6. But what happened next was even worse. We held the last siege capital for close to 3 weeks, and in that time, about 90% of civilians were evacuated to East Antarctica. After saying that, he remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sonny grimaced. The remaining 10%, though, all died, as did millions of people in the other destroyed siege capitals. St. Tyrus, you know her, had been holding back that corrupted Titan I mentioned. Once she was defeated, the Titan swept in and killed everyone. The whole field army was wiped out. I am hard to kill, so I survived. Well, and here I am. A somber silence settled in the brightly lit hall. Nephi's and Cassie did not speak, probably not knowing what to say, and neither did Effie and Cal. The latter two were especially grim because they were now in Antarctica too. So many people had died, and what had happened to Sonny could very easily happen to the two of them as well. Eventually, Kai sighed. "I'm so sorry, Sonny. You've been through a lot." Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. The heart-wrenching memories of the Antarctic center clawed at his heart, making him want to surrender to a dark and boundless emotion. With a smile, he shook his head. "We've all been through a lot. On the Forgotten Shore and in our second nightmares, we've been through hell after hell, but it did really feel different this time. Maybe because I was responsible for other people, and maybe because it was happening right here on Earth, not in some distant place." With that, Sonny glanced at Effie and Kai, then said, trying to cheer them up, "You don't have to worry too much, though. Now that the operation is in its second phase, things will calm down a little. East Antarctica is in a much better spot than the Antarctic Center. There are more soldiers, more awakened, more saints, and much fewer obstacles in the way. Sure, it's going to be a tough campaign, and unexpected variables are bound to emerge. But I feel like the worst part is over. With some luck, we will all manage." He smiled, then secretly threw a glance at Nephi's. She was now a part of one of those unexpected variables. Would Neph have something to say to him? As if feeling his gaze, Changing Star turned around and walked their way, soon placing plates of fragrant rice and vegetables in front of each member of the cohort. Her apron had disappeared at some point in the past few minutes. Sitting down, Nephi's pushed the plate with the biggest portion towards Sonny, which caused Effie to stare at her indignantly. Neph coughed. "What? Eat, everyone, before it gets cold." They turned their attention to the food, and for a while Sonny felt delightfully at peace. It was so strange. He had gone through so much, and had changed so much, but now that he was back with his friends, it was so easy to slide into a familiar role, to smile and laugh as if he was the same old Sonny. It felt natural, even if a small, hidden corner of his heart remained dark and cold, untouched by the peaceful warmth of their reunion. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. Allowing himself to relax, Sonny concentrated on the food. It had been a long time since he got to eat something Nephi's had cooked. The fried rice, with vegetables, was, indeed, much better than military rations. It was delicious. Chapter 1072. Brief Levity. The small dinner was very enjoyable for Sonny. In fact, after being under crushing pressure for pretty much the entire past 4 months, this sudden moment of levity made him feel like he was on the verge of melting into a puddle of jelly. It was as though the outer edges of his being had been turned into a harsh, rigid shell by the immense strain of the disastrous war, and now that the shell suddenly disappeared, he could not quite remember how to keep himself together without it. Still, he managed. The 5 of them ate and chatted relaxedly, sharing small details about their lives in recent months. Sonny especially had a lot to say. All of them were experienced combatants, but he now possessed precious knowledge of the intricacies of the type of war Effie and Kai would soon be exposed to. The Southern campaign was different from the usual tribulations Awakened faced in the dream realm. The terrain was different, the climate was different, even the cycle of day and night was different. More importantly, the forces arranged against them were different, as were the forces on their side. In Antarctica, Ascended and Awakened had the support of mundane soldiers and modern technology. Sunny had learned a tremendous amount of lessons about how to bring the two together, in no small part because he had commanded a mixed force of Awakened and mundanes in conditions so desperate that anything less than perfect cohesion would have meant certain death. Unlike him, who had been a part of a small and exceedingly elite unit, both Kai and Effie were placed in command of large detachments consisting of rank-and-file soldiers. To them, this practical knowledge was more valuable than gold. Small things like using fire-resistance enchantments to increase the tactical flexibility of MWP flamethrowers, efficiently triaging mundane soldiers that had been infected by the spell, managing the ammo consumption of the vehicle turrets in relation to the essence consumption of the Awakened, and 1,000 more things like this could only be learned through experience, or being taught by someone with such experience. Of course, his friends were bright people and immensely talented warriors. In time, they would have reached the same conclusions, but that time could very well cost many lives. That was why Sunny was in a hurry to share his hard-won expertise. The only problem was that actually going over everything was bound to take way more time than they had. So, at some point, he simply used the blessing of dusk, enchantment of the graceless dusk, to establish a mental connection and share his insights in a more direct fashion. Needless to say, his sudden ability to transmit thoughts telepathically startled his friends greatly. Effie flinched, almost falling from her chair, and looked at him with wide eyes. What the hell, Sonny? You're in my head." Sonny paused, suddenly realizing that he should have probably warned them before establishing the connection. He chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, sorry, I should have explained first. One of the enchantments of my tunic, it's a tunic, you troglodyte, allows me to establish a mental link with other living beings. Letter 1D5C5, letter 1D5C2, letter 1D5C0, letter 1D5C1, letter 1D5CD, letter 1D5C7, letter 1D5BC, letter 1D5C8, letter 1D5C6. Don't worry, though, I can't read your thoughts, and in your case, Effie, I wouldn't even want to. Gods, I shudder just imagining what is going on in that depraved head of yours. In any case, you have to willingly transmit a thought for me to receive it. Imagine it as thinking out loud." She hesitated for a few moments, then instantly sent over a mental image that made Sunny spit out his drink and glare at her with murder in his eyes. Effie grinned, then waved a hand. All right, I get it. What a great enchantment." With the help of the blessing of dusk, the conversation flowed much faster. Eventually, though, both Kai and Effie had to leave. They had just arrived at their assigned siege capital, after all, so there was a lot for them to do. In fact, days like this, when all five could freely gather in the dream realm together, were bound to be rare until the Antarctica operation was over. Cassie excused herself, too, returning to the root chamber of the tower to continue studying the runic circle. Sunny and Nephi's were left alone in the sunlit hall. He hesitated. Throughout the dinner, Sunny had avoided speaking about the matters that gnawed on him, the war between the great clans and their plans for Antarctica. In fact, he felt reluctant to start that conversation even now. However, he had already learned the unpleasant lesson of what happened when he postponed important conversations until the last possible moment. Sunny's relaxed expression slowly changed to one of grim sharpness. Looking at Nephi's, he leaned back a little and asked, "You told me before that valor and song would most likely turn the southern quadrant into their private battlefield. How sure are you of it now after 4 months? Neff lingered for a while, her beautiful gray eyes clear and calm. Then she said, I am pretty sure. In fact, it has already been set in stone. Sonny let out a resentful sigh. Damn them, he gritted his teeth, staring into the distance with a harsh expression. Suddenly, the shadows in the corners of the hall seemed much darker. This is insanity. Sonny shook his head, feeling a strong desire to break something. This is pure madness, Neff. I've been told that the great clans have long given up on the waking world. Standing aside and watching the lives of hundreds of millions of people be destroyed is already unforgivable. But coming to mess things up even further is just beyond all reason. I just don't understand. Changing Star looked at him evenly. Then a strange, joyless smile slowly appeared on her face. I can help you with that, Sonny frowned. What exactly do you mean? Nephi sighed, then looked away. You've done a lot in the past 4 months, Sonny. Cassie and I might not have gone through as much as you have, but we haven't been idle either. We've managed to discover a few things, although not as many as I would have liked. After all, it has only been a few months. They don't trust me much yet. She paused for a moment. This war between valor and song has always seemed a little strange, and now I think I know why. A lot of things still remain unclear, but we did solve the most important mystery. Changing Star looked at him and said, The true reason why the great clans are at war. Do you want me to tell you? That will certainly help you understand. Chapter 1073. The fourth step 1073. The fourth step. Sonny remained silent for a while, looking at Nephi's with a somber expression. Eventually, a dark smile appeared on his face. Pray tell. Neph sighed, then stood up and started gathering the dirty plates. Her movements were calm and unhurried, as if they had not been discussing matters that could very well decide the fate of the whole world. Help me do the dishes. Sonny blinked, amused by the mundane banality of her request. He lingered for a moment, then shook his head and went about giving Changing Star a hand. As they cleaned the plates in the cold water produced by either a memory or the ivory tower itself, she started talking. I've known for a long time that the great clans, especially Song and Valor, were opposed to each other, despite being outwardly unified. The symptoms of the approaching war were quite apparent, if one knew where to look. However, the reasons for this animosity have always eluded me. Kai Song and Anvil had been comrades once after all. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. My father was their comrade too. Sonny hesitated for a moment. Do they really need a reason, though? Power is already reason enough. Both have an unimaginable amount of it, but in my experience, those who possess great power are the ones most greedy for more. Nephi slowly shook her head. Maybe, but they are not fools. This war of theirs is too ill-timed, too destructive. The great clans stand to lose more from it than they would gain. There are other powers to consider, too, the House of Night, for example, even the government or Asterion, wherever he might be. If both Song and Valor are weakened by the clash, the lesser threats might very well swoop in to finish off the victor. She paused for a bit. So, I suspected there had to be something else at play, and as it turns out there is, although I only learned of it recently. I still don't know why the hostility between the two great clans has suddenly escalated so much now, of all the times it could have. Now seems like a terrible time to go to war. However, I think I do know the true source of their conflict. Sonny glanced at her, consumed by tense anticipation. It felt as though he was about to learn a great secret, one that would finally let him see the full picture clearly, or at least show him the way to the truth. Very few people in the world could have uncovered this mystery, but Changing Star herself had infiltrated one of the great clans while Cassie was helping her. El Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AVYA LC AVYA SAM, and now he was going to benefit from their effort. Sonny remained silent, waiting. Nephi's calmly wiped the last plate, put it on the drying rack, and turned to him. White sparks ignited in her eyes. It has to do with the sovereigns. and their domains. He raised an eyebrow. Domains. I've heard a few people use that word, however I still don't know what it means. Nephis nodded, then headed toward the stairs to the sixth highest level of the tower. Come, if you want. Sunny gave her a dark look, then followed. As they ascended the stairs, Neph spoke. To people who know about the existence of the sovereigns, domains are synonymous with their rule. So one might say that they belong to a domain, meaning that they serve one of the supremes. However, there is a deeper secret here. As I've found out, domains are not just an abstract concept. In fact, they are very real. A domain is an extension of a sovereign's aspect. Sunny stared at her silently. He had suspected as much. Hilt never had any proof. More than that, he had no idea what that statement actually implied. So it is an ability like the transformation ability that the saints possess. One that affects an area, perhaps. Neph frowned. Not exactly. Once a transcendent becomes a supreme, they do unlock another ability, one that is tremendously powerful at that. You might call it a supreme, ultimate, or pinnacle ability, I guess. But a domain is something separate from the supreme ability. It is another innate function of the aspect, just like controlling soul essence or accessing the soul sea is a natural progression of one's ability to express their power. She lingered for a moment. Within their domain, a sovereign's is nearly invincible. Mind you, I don't know everything about it just yet. I've just gleaned bits and pieces of information where I could. The point is, each step of the path of ascension, as well as of the path of corruption, has its own meaning. The first path is the ascent toward divinity, while the second is the descent into profanity. They reached the sixth level, which, just like the first, only encompassed one spacious hall. This one was smaller than the great chamber where Hope had once been chained, and suffused with bright sunlight. It was empty and Spartan, with only a few pieces of wooden furniture and a bed occupying small section of the vast stone floor, the white curtains of the bed's canopy billowing in the wind. Apparently, this was where Nephis herself lived. She led Sunny to one of the 4 large balconies and stopped there, looking at the breathtaking vista of the boundless blue sky. The clouds were rolling past the ivory island like a swirling, radiant sea. Those who are dormant can awaken. After that, some rise above the mundane and take the first step toward the divine, becoming ascended. Others descend into the abyss of corruption and become fallen. That is the meaning of the second step, rise or fall. The essence of the third step is transformation. Ascended truly transcend their mundane origin, becoming transcendent. Fallen become corrupted by the dark abyss and are thus called corrupted. Sunny looked at her and frowned. Awakening, ascension, transformation. What about the fourth step then? What about the great and the supreme? Nephis met his gaze, her cold gray eyes shining with the reflected sunlight. The essence of the fourth step is authority. I guess a god has to be a god of something, or someone. At the fourth step, the sovereigns start to coalesce their domains, and that, I think, is much more important than all other forms of power they possess. I think only the domain can pave the way for a supreme to take the next step on the path of ascension and become sacred. Chapter 1074. Authority. Sunny looked down at the rolling sea of clouds. He was considering Neph's words. Some of what she said was common knowledge. People had long theorized that there was a profound meaning to the way the spell named different ranks. Ascended were called ascended because they had risen above their human nature. Transcendent were called transcendent because they had broken past it, assuming some traits of the divine. The Supremes, then, took another step toward godhood, and that step seemed to be tied to authority. It made sense, really, because that progression was similar to how nightmare creatures grew in class. The tyrants were all about rule and authority, too. However, there was something in what Nephis had told him that caught Sunny's attention. He glanced at her and asked, "Did you say start to coalesce their domains?" That word meant much more than one would think. If there was a start, there also had to be an end. Much more importantly, it hinted that a domain was not something that Supremes simply gained. There was a process to it. Neff smiled. Indeed, you caught on to the very heart of the issue. The domains are not set in stone. As all other forms of power, they can change and be changed. Simply put, a domain can grow. In fact, I suspect that it must grow for a Supreme to realize his or her potential, and therefore a domain can also be diminished. Sonny's eyes gleamed. He was starting to understand. I see now. Of course, it makes so much sense. He looked at her intently, the shadows around him growing darker. And how exactly do domains grow? Changing Star lingered for a moment, then turned to look at the sky. Well, it is hard to say. All domains are unique, after all, just like all aspects are unique. However, there are some common things that all of them most likely share. So, I would say that there are two ways. One is the natural way. That was how the ancient people of the dream realm spread their authority and built their domains. Sonny slowly nodded. People like Noctis and Otto of the Nine had also been awakened. However, he knew very little about how they reached higher ranks of power. There had been no nightmares in the ancient past, nor had there been the spell. The spell. Nephis noticed the look of realization on his face and nodded. Yes, the spell provides training wheels for the awaken of the lower ranks, creating a harrowing but swift and streamlined road for them to reach greater power. There are so many tools it gives us that we take for granted. So why wouldn't it provide assistance to the sovereigns as well? The spell has created a straightforward way for the Supremes to expand their domains. She took a step back and placed her hand on the ivory wall of the great pagoda. Do you get it yet? Sonny stared, silent. A few moments later he said in a low voice, The Citadels, Neff smiled. Correct. No matter what authority you wield, it can only spread through two mediums, I think, territory or people. The Citadels naturally encompass both. We knew all along that the spell creates the gateways which serve as the heart and purpose for the existence of the Citadels. However, as it turns out, there is more to it. Much more. She lingered for a few moments, then frowned. I am not too sure about the true scope of what functions the Citadels hide. What I do know, however, is that saints already have the ability to bind them. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV LC AV S M. We have not found out what this binding entails exactly, but I think it is safe to say that if a saint serves a sovereign and takes control of a citadel, the sovereign's domain expands. Changing Star hesitated. It also seems that not all citadels are created equal. There are some that are very special and much more desirable, like Bastion or Ravenheart, or this island. It is not a coincidence that each of the great clans had fought to conquer one of the locations marked on the map you found in the Ebony Tower. Sonny looked at her sharply, considering the implications. Bastion, Ravenheart, the Ivory Tower. From what he knew, each of these places had served as the stronghold of one of the demons. The House of Night was in possession of the fourth one. The fifth was located in the utterly lethal Hollow Mountains, which Clan Valor had nevertheless put a lot of effort into exploring, disregarding the danger. And the sixth one, the last one, considering that Weaver did not seem to have possessed a stronghold, the sixth one, was the Black Pyramid far to the cast, the pyramid that seemed to be somehow tied to the chain of nightmares. Sonny took a deep breath. So, what exactly are you trying to say? Nephis shook her head. Isn't it obvious? Both Anvil of Valor and Kai Song need to expand their spheres of influence to perfect their domains. However, there are only so many human citadels to go around, which means that two domains, or at least these particular two domains, can't coexist. For one to be perfected, it has to swallow the other. She grew quiet for a moment and then said somberly, That is the true reason for the war between their clans. Sonny looked away, an ugly grimace contorting his face. A sense of dark, Vikot's anger was smoldering in his heart. Neff sighed. Antarctica will be the first major battlefield of this war, but it won't be the last. Most of it will trap her in the dream realm after both sides deliver their strikes. But the first act is also the most important. If one of the clans manages to gain momentum in the southern quadrant, their advantage might very well snowball into an unstoppable avalanche. So, their clash in Antarctica will be extremely fierce and bloody. In fact, Anvil is sending his own daughter there. Morgan will lead Valor forces in the southern quadrant. That alone shows how serious his intentions are. Changing Star studied the clear skies, then turned to Sunny and said, her voice even, "So, now do you understand?" Chapter 1075. No, the enemy 1075. No, the enemy. Sunny remained silent for a while, responding only when the pressure of the flaw started to turn into scaring pain. "Yeah, I think I understand." Many things became clearer now. Finally, he knew more about the sovereigns and the power they wielded. Awakened, masters, and saints. All of them were bestowed with great strength, but that strength was of a personal kind. Supremes were, without doubt, even more fearsome warriors. However, their true advantage lay in their authority. He was not too certain about what exactly a domain did. Even Nephi's did not know the details after all, but understood the concept. A domain was a physical manifestation of a sovereign's aspect, a territory where their rule was supreme. And that manifestation, while representing their personal strength, relied on external factors to exist and grow. Authority, influence, power over someone and not just yourself. All of these things were conveniently intertwined in the form of citadels which the spell created. Citadels. Sunny looked down as if trying to pierce the ivory tower with his gaze. Then he sighed. There were still a lot of unanswered questions. On the surface, the intention of the sovereign seemed obvious. Well, with the exception of Asterion, who was the most mysterious of the three. They had established their domains in the unique citadels that had once belonged to the demons, and then slowly expanded their rule, uplifting loyal ascended to sainthood, and eliminating those transcendent who refused to swear fealty to them, thus failing to become the vessels of their domains. The only two exceptions were the House of Night, and to a much lesser extent the government. Both were convenient to have around and fulfilled a necessary function. The seat of power of the great clan Night, on top of that, was located in the deadly waters of the Storm Sea. Launching an invasion into their territory was a dire task. But what about Professor Obel's theory? Indeed, something did not add up. If Anvil of Valor and Kai Song were so obsessed with perfecting their domains, then why were they suppressing the emergence of saints? L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AVY LS AVY tilde SAM. The more transcendence there were, the more human citadels there would be in the dream realm, and the more territory they would be able to conquer. Come to think of it, if they really had no choice but to wage war on each other, then why had they waited for 2 decades to start it? Why were they only attempting the conquest now? Why had they waited for the chain of nightmares to descend upon the southern quadrant? Sunny frowned, then glanced at Nephi's. "I feel like we are still missing a key piece of information. This timing. It's just too strange. And hateful." Of course, there was a possibility that all of it was just a coincidence. Maybe Kai Song simply decided to use the power imbalance that the death of Saint Cormac and Mordred's ascension had created. But Sunny felt like there was more to this war than they thought. Neph leaned on the parapet of the sunlit balcony and sighed. "We certainly do. The sovereigns have many secrets and I won't claim to know all of them, but does it really matter what they are hiding? The truth remains the same." Sunny scoffed. She was right. Nephi's was determined to destroy the sovereigns because they were suppressing humanity in its conquest of the spell, and more importantly, stood in her way. She did not care what motivated the Supremes, and neither did Sunny. He hated them all the same. Valor and Song deserved each other as far as he was concerned, but Antarctica was about to be swept up in their treasonous strife, and that That he could not allow to happen. Look at you go. Do you even hear yourself? Who are you to defy the great clans? Do you imagine yourself to be someone capable of stopping them? You're definitely not. Sure, you have some power, but in the grand scheme of things, you're just a bug. A single master, no matter how strong, is only capable enough to be an expendable pawn. Sonny gritted his teeth. It was true. No matter how incensed he was, there was nothing he could do. The best Sonny could hope to achieve was to minimize the damage that the clash of the great clans was bound to do to the evacuation effort. A little. That only made him angrier. Well, then that's exactly what I am going to do. I will prepare, learn their weaknesses, and try to suppress the fallout of their despicable acts as much as I can. Luckily, Sonny knew just the right person to provide him with information. Knowing what the opponent was planning came first. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Neff. So, what exactly is going to happen? What will be their first move? She smiled wistfully. In a few months, the great clans will announce that they are sending reinforcements to the southern quadrant. Both Song and Valor will dispatch a strong force to Antarctica, but not too strong. A couple more saints, a dozen or two masters, and a few hundred awakened. Officially, their mission will be to support the evacuation army in fighting the nightmare creatures. In reality, however, they are being sent there to fight each other. Sonny scowled, slightly confused. How, though? By now, most of the human forces on the continent are concentrated in the siege capitals, with very little reason to venture outside. Are these saints and their forces going to just go and attack the cities? Nephi shook her head. No, at least I think they won't. Not unless there is a very good reason to. In truth, they won't be staying behind the walls of the siege capitals most of the time, because they have a secondary goal as well. One that requires going outside and attacking the nightmare creatures. He tilted his head a little. And what goal might that be? Changing Star simply looked at him, and a moment later, Sonny's eyes widened slightly. The Pyramid. Chapter 1076. Know Yourself. Nephi's nodded. Song and Valor are going to be in a race to conquer it. They will search for nightmare gates that can be used to establish a beachhead in the unexplored region of the Dream Realm where the Black Pyramid is located. Once they find a comparatively safe fort, they will use the call to transport their saints, masters, and awaken there, establishing temporary outposts. She paused, looked at him, and continued. These outposts will be used to launch expeditions toward the pyramid. The end goal is to find a relatively safe place in close proximity to it, build a true fortress there, and then use that fortress as the staging ground for the conquest of the tomb. Changing Star lingered for a moment. It might be easier to think of it in terms of the Forgotten Shore. Each gate is connected to a seed of nightmare somewhere in the region. Some seeds might be in the depths of the Crimson Labyrinth, and everyone who follows the call to the area around them will be drowned by the Dark Sea. Some seeds, however, might be located on higher ground. Those who enter the Dream Realm near these seeds will be able to survive, and then slowly make their way through the labyrinth. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV LC AVE. The end goal is to find a place like the Dark City, build a fortress akin to the Bright Castle, and then use it to conquer the Crimson Spire. What an apt metaphor. Sonny couldn't help but smile darkly. They might find out that this task is much harder than they imagine it to be. In theory, such a plan seemed solid. Each of the hundreds, if not thousands of nightmare gates in East Antarctica was connected to a seed of nightmare in the region surrounding the tomb of Ariel. By relying on the call, these gates could be used to enter the dream realm somewhere near the corresponding seed. Then, by pinpointing a suitably safe area, and the gate connected to it, the great clans could transport their forces into the dream realm without risking instant annihilation. These forces would then explore and fight their way toward the Black Pyramid. The region could contain several citadels. Even by conquering one, Song or Valor would be able to establish a safe and stable corridor to ferry fighters and supplies over. If there were no citadels except for the tomb of Ariel itself, though the saints would have to play the role of ferrymen. But the mysterious desert was utterly lethal. It was much worse than even the Forgotten Shore. And the forces of the great clans would not only have to fight against the endless flood of nightmare creatures populating it, they would also have to fight against each other. Sonny couldn't help but shiver. Nephi's, meanwhile, simply nodded. The task will be a hellish one indeed, but these are the great clans, Sonny. No matter how you and I might feel about them, their fearsome reputation is not unearned. Both valor and song represent the absolute pinnacle of human achievement in warfare. If they can't do it, no one can. He remained silent for a while, thinking. The real goal of the great clans was to kill each other, while their secondary goal was to conquer the tomb of Ariel. One naturally led to the other. He now knew that the siege capitals in Antarctica would remain mostly untouched by their war, at least, unless something unexpected happened. However, both clans would be feverishly seeking suitable gates in East Antarctica, without doubt ambushing and slaughtering each other in the process. Army patrols and the infrastructure of the evacuation corridors could very well become collateral damage in their clashes, not to mention that they were bound to send the nightmare creatures into a frenzy, and maybe even lead the abominations back to the cities. There would be some violence within the siege capitals, as well, or at least, bloody clandestine operations. All three of the saints currently present in East Antarctica belong to the warring factions after all. If the servants of Kai Song had an opportunity to deal with Saint Tyrus in Falcon Scott, they would have taken it. Without a doubt, the consequences for the civilians sheltered in the city be damned. Bastards. In any case, Sonny had some idea about how things would progress in the coming months now. This was already enough for him to start thinking. Eventually, he glanced at Nephi's and hesitated for a few moments. There was one question that was still gnawing at him. Sonny sighed. "And where will you be while all of this is happening?" Nephi's looked at him. White sparks danced in her eyes, and then she suddenly smiled. "Where do you think? Of course, I will be accompanying Morgan, sister dearest, to Antarctica. Cassie, the fire keepers, and I, all of us are going there with her. El Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV LC of VE. I've told you that valor does not trust me much yet. What better way to earn trust and merit than on the battlefield?" He stared at her silently for a while. "I guess there is none, so we are going to meet in the southern quadrant," Changing Star shrugged. "If you wish, or you can stay out of this mess entirely. You have made it very clear that you don't want to have anything to do with the great clans and their war, so it's up to you if and how much you get involved." Sonny smiled darkly. "Up to me, huh? Yeah, no, that ship has sailed." He really could hide in some remote siege capital, use his service record and exalted status to get himself a cushy assignment, and spend the rest of the campaign relaxing. As much anyone could relax in Antarctica. However, was he willing to? Did he want to? Not really. If I do not go to hell, who else will go? Sonny had once told the Sin of Solace that the great clans were free to act with impunity because there was no one around to hold them responsible. He did not wish to teach anyone lessons in responsibility, but he did want to teach those bastards a lesson in humility. The harsher and more painful the lesson, the better. I'll make them pay. If I go to hell, I'll drag them with me. Sonny looked at the boundless blue sky, then turned to Nephi's and smiled. "See you in Antarctica, then." Chapter 1077. Midnight Sun's summer had come to Antarctica. The wind still brought with them a piercing chill, but it was warm enough for the snow to thaw under direct sunlight. Gurgling streams of water turned East Antarctica into a land of countless brooks and numerous lakes, which all glistened in the sun or drowned in the shadows of the tall mountains. The sun itself was distant and cold, but it never disappeared from the blue expanse of the sky. Just like there had been no end to the night, now there was no end to the day. The twilight of the long dawn had gradually turned into daylight, and now that October was in full swing, the whole continent was suffused with bright radiance, and would be for the next 5 months. The situation on the continent, however, was far from light. It was grim and dire, as if Antarctica had submerged deeper into an endless cycle of dreadful nightmares. The chain of nightmares was escalating with each day, and the evacuation army was forced to take more and more desperate measures to withstand it. The remains of a once thriving city were buried under thawing snow, with the skeletal remains of tall buildings rising above it like dark cliffs. This settlement had not been chosen to become a siege capital, and so it was abandoned at the start of the campaign. Now, it was nothing but a desolate ruin. From time to time, that ruin would turn into a battleground, sustaining even more damage. Currently, a furious battle was coming to an end on the streets of the abandoned city. A patrol of soldiers had been chased here by a swarm of nightmare creatures and forced to stand their ground. The humans had fought violently and almost defeated the attacking abominations. But sadly, the sounds of the combat awoke a fiend that had been slumbering in the ruins. The creature had torn a bloody path through the remaining abominations, and then slaughtered the soldiers. Now only one of them remained alive. Lieutenant Catfiend was struggling desperately with the controls of her MWP. But it was of no use. The mighty machine had been damaged too severely and toppled, its vestibular systems going completely offline. She could have brought it back up relying on nothing but her piloting skills, but most of the limb hydraulics were destroyed, and the frame itself was bent and torn, large sections of the alloy armor already missing. Even the coolant pathways were breached, turning the pilot's cabin into a scorching inferno. The paint she used to decorate its walls with drawings was blistering and melting. Catfiend herself felt as if she was going to melt, too. But of course, she wouldn't. The abomination that had slaughtered her squad was currently on top of the MWP, clawing at the war machine with its powerful limbs. The armor was parting before the terrifying claws like paper. Each strike sent a concussive shockwave through the frame, tossing Catfiend up and down in the tight confines of her safety harness. The creature was going to kill her long before the heat had a chance to. Curse it! There was just no way for her to fight against a fallen demon. And that was what the creature was, most likely. At least the awakened leader of the patrol had called it that before being killed by the fiend. But even knowing how hopeless the situation was, Catfiend stubbornly controlled the only functioning arm of the MWP, bending it at the elbow to press the 7 barrels of the kinetic machine gun installed on the forearm of the war platform to the abomination's side. The barrels spun, unleashing a flood of heavy tungsten rounds into the demon's impenetrable hide. In just a second, the machine gun spat close to 200 armor-piercing bullets. However, all of them simply ricocheted off the harrowing creature's skin, not even bruising it. The fiend was pushed slightly to the side, then glanced at the firing weapon with its mad, burning eyes. In the next moment, the abomination's claws struck, ripping through the MWP's arm and severing it entirely. The next blow finally breached the cockpit, destroying the screens and letting Catfiend see the fiend with her own 2 eyes. She gritted her teeth. At least there's some cool air now. She knew that she was about to die. But she didn't. The battle had caused plumes of thick smoke to rise above the ruins, obscuring the sun and submerging the battlefield in deep darkness. At that moment, the darkness suddenly surged and moved forward. Catfiend blinked, thinking that she was seeing things. 2 giant hands suddenly rose from the ground, grabbing the fallen demon by the shoulders. The hands had matte, inky black skin, slender wrists, and long, dexterous fingers that ended with sharp claws. These claws cut through the abomination's indestructible skin with ease. Then the dark hands pulled, and ripped the fiend apart. Half of its monstrous body landed to the left of the fallen MWP, the other half to the right. A river of blood and viscera splashed, falling into the turned-up dirt. Just like that, the terrifying creature had been slaughtered. What? Catfiend suddenly felt cold. The fallen demon was a harrowing monster. So what kind of otherworldly horror would be capable of killing it with such ease? As she stared, a figure emerged from the darkness, landing softly on the torn frame of the MWP. It was a young man with porcelain skin and black hair, his eyes glistening like dark gemstones. Despite the biting cold and the nightmarish surroundings, he wore no armor and wielded no weapons. His slender body was covered only by a light tunic of black silk. When the young man appeared, the darkness enveloping the destroyed city suddenly seemed to become deeper, darker, and more frightening. The sight of him was in such stark contrast with the ravaged, war-torn ruin that he seemed more like an apparition than a living being. Catfiend gulped. The young man lingered for a moment and then looked at her calmly. "Are you all right, soldier?" "Oh gods, he speaks." It took her a few seconds to digest what the eerie stranger had just said. "What?" He leaned forward and grabbed the jagged edges of the breach in the cockpit's armor, easily pulling the alloy apart to widen the gap. "I said, are you all right?" Catfiend lingered for a moment. "Ah, why yes." The stranger nodded. "Good. I'm Ascended Sunless of the Special Reconnaissance Unit. You can call me Master Sunless or Major Sunless. Let's get you out of this thing." Chapter 1078. Army Scout Sunny helped the pilot climb out of the ravaged MWP, then looked around somberly. The ruin of the city was covered by the signs of a fierce battle. Sadly, he had been too late to arrive. Most of the soldiers were already dead. Damn it! He had noticed the commotion in the ruins by chance while making his way through the wilderness to accomplish a different mission. If not for the habit of sending his shadows in a wide circle around him, Sunny would have never even known that a squad of human soldiers had been trapped here. He used Shadow Step to arrive as swiftly as he could, but ended up saving only one. With a sigh, Sunny helped the young woman climb down from the wreck of the MWP, summoned the endless spring and handed it to her. "Here, drink some water." The pilot kept staring at him strangely, but he was long used to such stares. He gave her some time, then took the glass bottle back and asked, making sure to keep his voice neutral, "I am sorry about your comrades. But how did you guys end up in this sector? Did you not receive the message that it was designated as a black zone by Army Command?" The young woman grimaced. "We did, sir, but by then it was already too late. We were on a routine patrol along the 17th evacuation corridor when we came under attack from a swarm of nightmare creatures. We beat them back and pursued. Sadly, a few minutes later, a gate opened right behind us. We were quickly surrounded and had to run for our lives. We ran all the way to this city and," she sighed. Sunny awkwardly patted the pilot on the shoulder. "I see. I know a thing or two about bad luck, Lieutenant. It can get anyone. You did your best." Internally, he was shaking his head. "Corridor 17. That place just attracts trouble, doesn't it?" Corridor 17 connected one of the largest siege capitals in the region to the coastal fortress. Maintaining it was of vital importance to the evacuation effort, but recently, it had become harder and harder to keep the area clean. Sunny himself was on a mission to scout out a potential threat to that corridor. After reaching East Antarctica, he had basically received carte blanche to choose any assignment he wanted out of those suitable for an Ascended, of course. In the end, Sunny refused another command assignment and requested to be sent to the Special Reconnaissance Unit. The SRU was responsible for prowling the abomination-infested wilderness in search of targets that could pose a serious threat to the siege capitals, keeping tabs on their movements, and even attempting to lure them away from the cities from time to time. Powerful tyrants, terrors, and even titans. Those were the creatures that Army Command had them observe and track. Needless to say, The task was extremely dangerous and often lethal. The SRU consisted exclusively of powerful masters, and each of them either had an aspect uniquely suitable for such work or was an absolute elite. As for Sonny, he was both. The assignment suited him fine despite the tremendous danger, partially because it granted him a lot of freedom in his movements and actions, partially because he was reluctant to be put in charge of soldiers again. Being a leader had never been something Sonny enjoyed. The previous time was enough. It was too much, really. He glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Catch your breath. We can't stay for long, though this place isn't safe and I am on a timer." Looking at her, he couldn't help but remember the irregulars. Sonny's face darkened. Most of his people were dead now. Only Bate and Luster remained. And perhaps Quentin. There was no news of the gallant healer, so he was most likely gone as well. Luster had been shipped back to NQSC long ago. He was now slowly recovering in the hospital complex of the academy, and doing quite well. Sonny knew of it because Kim remained in close contact with the lucky guy. In fact, he suspected that there was something going on between them. Their young relationship, however, had to remain a long-distance one for now. Kim herself was still here in East Antarctica, but was kept far away from the battlefield. After returning from the Antarctic Center, she had been transferred to the Strategic Intelligence Department of Army Command. Now, her aspect was being used to determine the vulnerabilities of various nightmare creatures on a wide scale and disseminate that knowledge to the troops. There were many such specialists stationed at Army headquarters, but Kim was doing especially well for herself. Bate had been evacuated and reached safety a while back, too. Sonny and she kept in touch, sending each other messages once in a while. However, he had a feeling that the young woman wanted to forget what had happened in the southern quadrant, at least for now. Talking to him was perhaps a painful reminder. So most of Sonny's communications were with Rain. His sister was doing well in the safety of NQSC. She was training diligently and not showing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. The serpent was protecting her, too. At least in that regard, Sonny felt somewhat assured. As for himself, ever since reaching East Antarctica, Sonny only had 3 goals: turn the ravenous fiend into a shadow, become a tyrant, and prepare for the arrival of the great clans. Eli had spent fragments on the little imp first, then hunted down numerous abominations in hopes of forming the 5th Shadow Corps. Now, he was mere days away from catching up to Neff. As for the 3rd goal, Sonny had made good progress on that front, too. As he thought about it, his communication device suddenly came alive, and a familiar voice resounded in his ear. "Where the hell are you, Sonny?" He smiled slightly. "Sorry, Jet, I've been delayed a little. Are you still en route?" Her voice came through the static, sounding a little out of breath. "Yeah, and I have a nasty swarm of abominations on my tail." Sonny nodded. "I'll send Mongrel your way. Lead them to the rendezvous point and she'll take care of everything. I'll arrive in a few hours." With that, Sonny glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Time to go, soldier. Say your goodbyes. Then I'll bring you to the nearest army outpost." He turned away, giving the young woman some space, and looked up at the cold sun hanging motionlessly high above. A long sigh escaped from Sonny's lips. How bright! I never thought I would miss the polar night. Chapter 1079. Imp the pilot did not spend a long time bidding farewell to her comrades. By that point in the campaign, everyone had experienced loss and defeat. The soldiers had not grown numb to watching people die, but they did become used to it. Death had always surrounded those who fought against the nightmare spell, and here in Antarctica it was even more inescapable, both for the awakened and for the mundanes. When the young woman returned, however, a confused expression appeared on her face. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What?" The pilot pointed. Where did my MWP go?" He looked back. The wrecked war platform was indeed gone. In its place, hidden behind a pile of dirt, sat an ugly little creature. It was hurriedly pushing a piece of bent alloy into its wide, toothy mouth with both hands. Noticing that someone was looking, the creature froze for a moment and feverishly continued to chew on the armored alloy, as if afraid that it would be taken away. Sonny rolled his eyes. That little bastard right there ate it. Don't mind him. It was hard to imagine that the scrawny imp had devoured the massive machine, considering that it was dozens of times larger than him. But that was exactly what had happened. Sonny did not know what kind of infernal engine was hidden in the imp's stomach, but the little guy's appetite was inexhaustible. Anything that entered his mouth disappeared without a trace, and there were very few things that his sharp teeth couldn't rip apart. Sonny shuddered, remembering how he had turned the tiny wretch into a shadow. He had done it not long after arriving in East Antarctica. Before, Sonny had been planning to become a tyrant first, but that was because he needed more power fast during the siege of Falcon Scott. Now that things had calmed down, the circumstances were not as pressing. He could allow himself to delay a little, and made converting the echo of the ravenous fiend a priority. Sonny had possessed 3 shadows before, but funnily enough, only one of them Saint came from an echo. The process of conversion itself had looked pretty much the same as the first time. In the tranquil silence of his soul's sea, 2 beams of dark light descended from one of the shadow cores. One fell on the echo of the scavenger, the other on a motionless shadow that stood with the rest of them on the still surface of the calm waters. The shadow of the ravenous fiend seemed to dissolve into the dark light, and then the echo became wreathed in black flames that seeped into its flesh, changing it on a fundamental level. The boundless spellweave that was hidden within the echo disappeared, replaced by darkness. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV LC AVES0M. A living shadow was now dwelling within the body of the imp instead, 4 transparent and empty embers burning in its depths. Granted, that scene was not as majestic and awe-inspiring as when Saint had become a shadow. The scrawny little bastard could not compare to the magnificent stone knight in any shape or form, after all. Nevertheless, that was how Sonny had acquired his 4th shadow. What came next, however? That he did not like to think about one bit. The trip was a blank slate and had tremendous potential for growth, but Sonny had to be careful about what he fed the gluttonous creature. Some types of food were easy to come by, but would produce mediocre results. Worse tighten that, be strongly suspected that some advancements would prevent more beneficial powers from taking root in the future. There was one he could not compromise on, though: affinity to shadows. And since shadow creatures were almost impossible to find, Sonny had no choice but to feed the hateful gremlin some of his own flesh again. The first time he summoned the fiend into the real world, the tiny creature looked around, then stared at him with fright and ran away, hiding behind Saint's leg. The imp then grabbed her calf with his 8 clawed fingers and cautiously peeked from behind it, trembling slightly. "Get over here, bastard." Unable to refuse Sonny's command, the imp reluctantly abandoned his shelter and slowly waddled over. The moment Sonny offered the gremlin his forearm and ordered him to take a bite, the bastard's eyes ignited with ferocious glee, though. What happened next was a truly ghastly experience for Sonny. Isla endured it by bitterly fantasizing about killing the vile little creature for the 2nd time. However, it was worth it in the end. The scrawny fiend regained its ability to travel through shadows. Later, Sonny learned that the process of gaining new attributes and abilities was rarely, if ever, so easy and fast. The fiend had already possessed a high affinity to shadows thanks to being one, and Sonny himself was even more unique. He was a divine shadow, after all. These 2 reasons made it possible for the little imp to inherit a vestige of his power in one go. As to how the bastard had managed it the first time around, Sonny had no idea. Maybe the inherent adaptability of the scavengers resonated with the innate formlessness of shadows. Maybe the wretch had simply gotten lucky. The point of it was that he couldn't just command the gluttonous scavenger to devour a nightmare creature and expect the same to happen. It took a long time and a lot of corpses, suitable ones at that, for the imp to grow in the right direction. Luckily, he was not limited to only eating flesh, which was why Sonny was currently concentrating on feeding the imp all kinds of steel, alloy, and mystical metals. The ravenous fiend's bone armor had been rather spectacular, but he was determined to come up with something even more indestructible. Watching as the scrawny bastard hurriedly finished chewing on the last piece of the broken MWP, Sonny smiled slightly, his eyes shining with ominous glee. Eat, eat, eat more, trashling. I need to fatten you up. The imp suddenly shivered and looked at Sonny with wide, terrified eyes. Sonny suppressed a menacing grin and dismissed the imp, then looked at the pilot. I got him as an echo. Come, let's go. We need to hurry. Chapter 1080, Marvelous Devil as a Scout. Sonny constantly had to traverse great distances across the abomination-infested wilderness of East Antarctica. He would usually ride atop Nightmare or glide through the shadows with incredible speed, but right now, neither of these methods were an option. His steed was with Saint, and he obviously couldn't leave the stranded MWP pilot behind by turning into a shadow. Theoretically, Sonny could carry the young woman on his back and run, which would be faster than limiting his speed to that of a mundane human. But he was not too desperate to save time. There was an army outpost relatively close to the ruined city, and although normal patrols would be slaughtered if they tried to take the convenient shortcut, nothing that dwelled there could threaten Sonny. As they followed a small river that snaked between barren hills, Sonny summoned the runes and glanced at the list of his shadows. It read, Shadows, Onyx Saint, Soul Serpent, Nightmare, Ravenous Fiend. Sonny concentrated on the last string of runes, summoning a detailed description of the little bastard. Shadow, Ravenous Fiend, Shadow Rank, Transcendent. Shadow Class, Devil. Shadow Description, a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land, harboring a bitter grudge in its tiny heart. Driven by resentment and spite, it suffered many trials and conquered untold dangers to become a marvelous devil, but fate was unkind. The ravenous devil met a much more terrible fiend, and turned into his shadow. Sonny stared at the runes with a bleak expression. The spell had always liked to tease him. At least he thought that it did. But this one was just unfair. How come I'm the fiend? The bastard literally has the word fiend in his name. Shaking his head, he moved past the description and continued to read. Shadow Attributes, Lucky, Marvel, Ravenous, Shadow Sworn, Lesser Iron Body. Lucky Attribute Description. This shadow is favored by fortune, Sonny sighed. His own attribute, Fated, attracted both incredible and absolutely terrible luck. The imp, however, was blessed with only good fortune. It was most likely the small scavenger's very first, innate attribute. No wonder the bastard had survived meeting him twice. Damnation. Peeved by the blatant unfairness, Sonny continued to read. Marvel Attribute Description. This shadow is a marvelous learner. It is stunningly keen and supremely adaptable, absorbing new knowledge with astonishing speed. Lucky and smart. Well, who cares? At the end of the day, it still didn't help him survive meeting me for the third time. If the wretch was so smart, he should have avoided me like a plague. Sonny had seen these descriptions before, of course, but he still couldn't help seething over them. Ravenous Attribute Description. This shadow possesses an insatiable hunger and a frightening potential for growth. The more it eats, the more it will grow. This attribute already seemed rather great, despite the fact that the imp had not grown even by a centimeter in the last 2 months. Sonny had fed him literally tons of armored alloy, as well as the corpses of many nightmare creatures with steel-like carapaces. He had no idea how much the little fiend had to gobble up to become bigger, but knew that the result would be worth it. The true benefit of the ravenous attribute was much more subtle, though, and incredibly precious. It was the fact that, Unlike Nightmare and Saint, the imp did not need to consume memories to rise to a higher rank. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV LC VEC tilde AM. There was no counter of shadow fragments. Instead, the fiendish shadow simply had to devour. It could become a supreme devil by simply devouring nightmare creatures, or any creatures really, in great numbers. The more powerful, the better. That put Sunny, who was already suffering terribly from the need to procure countless memories, at ease. This imp is indeed lucky. If I had to choose between feeding memories to Saint and Nightmare or him, well, the poor bastard would have definitely starved. Sunny smiled slightly and turned his attention to the last two attributes. Shadow Sworn Attribute Description. This fiend is known to shadows. That one was without surprise, and appeared after Sunny had fed the imp with his flesh. It was the same as what Shadow Blade Kurt had possessed, and showed a high affinity to shadows. Lesser Iron Body Attribute Description. This shadow's flesh possesses qualities of metal. He grinned in satisfaction. Finally, progress. The lesser iron body had been nascent iron body before. It seemed that munching on that MWP had finally pushed the imp over a threshold. He would be much sturdier now, and in the future would even have a chance to become truly indestructible. There had to be a greater iron body as well, after all. Happy to see the ankle-biter achieving something, Sunny finally glanced at the imp's abilities. The runes read, Shadow Abilities, Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step. Scavenger Ability Description. This shadow can attain the traits, attributes, and abilities of the creatures it consumes. Devourer Ability Description. This shadow's teeth possess unnatural sharpness and strength. It can rend and maul even the most resilient things. Shadow Step Ability Description. This fiend can move freely between shadows, traveling from one to another in an instant or diving into them to move with great speed. And that was it. Sunny's fourth shadow. The critter was a sorry excuse of a transcendent devil, for now, but it would grow to be a real menace one day. In fact, Sunny had a feeling that the imp might just become one of the most terrifying weapons in his arsenal. The ravenous fiend had been an exceedingly dire enemy, but now that he was serving Sunny, and thus enjoying the support of a benevolent, selfless, and supremely generous master, just how much more terrible would the wretched waif become? Walking along the small river, Sunny used shadow manifestation to slaughter a nightmare creature that was waiting to ambush him and the MWP pilot, then sighed. I need to find a couple more of those iron golems I killed last week. Or better yet, a whole swarm of them. A horde would be even better. My imp is a growing little wretch after all. He needs to eat. Chapter 1081. Lake ruined soon, they reached the army outpost. There had been a few nightmare creatures that attacked them on the way, including an especially vile, corrupted monster. Sunny tore the former apart with hands woven out of shadows, and cut the latter down personally with a blade created the same way. These days, he tried to avoid getting his own hands dirty, mostly using shadow manifestation to slaughter the enemy. Sunny wanted to hone and refine his mastery of manifestation. For that, he needed a lot of practice. Additionally, he felt that it was unnecessary for him to get up close and personal with every god-forsaken abomination standing in his way. Perhaps it was the nature of his current mission as a solitary scout, or perhaps Sunny had simply received a chance to return to being cautious and stealthy after years of being forced to play the role of a frontline fighter. In any case, he strived to only enter melee range with an enemy if he was certain of killing the foe with a single strike. Usually, one of Sunny's strikes was enough. If not, he would avoid a confrontation entirely. The army outpost was located underground, similar to the supply depot he had visited once in the Antarctic center. However, as a member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, Sonny knew very well where all the Army assets were hidden. Better yet, East Antarctica had no problems with communications. Well, except for the usual interference of the call. So he had been able to radio about their arrival in advance. Sonny and the surviving MWP pilot were met by a cohort of sleep-deprived awakened. Despite their visible fatigue, the soldiers stood at attention and saluted him respectfully. Their eyes betrayed a hint of reverence. This again. Sonny was met with such stares anywhere he went in Antarctica, at least among the soldiers. The First Army and the Second Army were merged into one military now, but within it, people who had been in the southern quadrant since day one of the chain of nightmares were treated with silent respect. That went tenfold for those who had been a part of the Antarctic Center contingent. The Antarctic Center had been the most terrifying battlefield of the operation yet, and almost the entire field army sent there had been wiped out. There were only a few survivors here and there, mostly those who had been among the evacuated wounded. Needless to say, Sonny was both a veteran of the Antarctic Center and an ascended. That was why most soldiers treated him with veneration. "Master Sunless, sir." He nodded at the welcoming party and handed over the MWP pilot to them. The young woman had done well keeping pace with him on the way to the outpost, but now that they had reached safety, she looked to be on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was not at all surprising. Sonny sighed and glanced at the awakened. "At ease. Take good care of the lieutenant. Oh, and by the way, I've cleared a path through the hills and dealt with the corrupted monster that had been stalking the area. If you hurry, you might harvest what is left of it before more abominations show up." The soldiers looked at each other, their eyes glinting. That monster had been causing a lot of trouble, or the outpost, especially considering that it had blocked the pathway through the hills. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV YE LC AVEC tilde OM. With the creature gone, logistics would become much easier for them. "Thank you, sir," Sonny nodded. "Well then, I'll be off." He looked at the MWP pilot, lingered for a few moments, and then said awkwardly, "Stay alive, soldier." With that, Sonny stepped through the shadows and disappeared from view. He had wasted a lot of time already and was running late for the rendezvous with Soul Reaper. The soldiers remained standing there for a while, staring at the empty space where he had stood before. Eventually, one of them said, "That was him, the devil." Another nodded with a stunned face. But of course, Sonny was already far away and did not hear any of it. The sun was circling in the sky, never falling behind the horizon. He glided through the shadows where he could, ran where he couldn't. From time to time, Sonny simply hid in the shadows, waiting for large swarms of nightmare creatures to pass by. These pauses slowed him down, but they also allowed him to recover some essence. He avoided getting into fights to preserve more of it as well, and also because there was no reason to. It was already evening, or whatever passed for one in this strange land. When Sonny drew near another min, the city in front of him was almost entirely destroyed and drowned by a vast lake, with only the remains of tall towers rising above the icy water. The ruin was different from the one from before and much older. It had been left behind by the wars that humans waged on each other during the dark times, not the rampage of the chain of nightmares. Nevertheless, the drowned city was Sonny's current mission. He hid himself in the shadows of a rusted wreck and studied the ruin. There were bodies of nightmare creatures floating near one of the towers, painting the water black. Each of them seemed to have been killed by a single arrow. Sonny observed the area for a few minutes, noticing strange ripples on the surface of the lake. There were more abominations hiding underwater. Finally satisfied, he activated his comm and contacted Jet. "Reaper, it's Devil, I have arrived." A few seconds later, her voice came through the static. "Took you long enough. Where are you?" He looked around. "Southern shore, near an old wreck on the slope of a flat hill." Jet took a few minutes to respond. "I see it. Move west for about a kilometer, then follow a collapsed tower into the lake. From there, you'll be able to see 3 huge smokestacks. Item in the middle one, near the top. Get here as soon as possible, and be careful of the water. It is teeming with schools of tiny, hungry fishes. Sunny lingered for a moment. Got it. What about the target? Soul Reaper responded in a few seconds, her voice sounding a bit tense. It's in the middle of the lake. I was waiting for you to arrive before trying to get a better look. Nodding, Sunny glanced at the ripples in the cold water one more time, and then dashed out of his shelter. Chapter 1082. Ancient Chimneys. 1082 Ancient Chimneys. He reached the giant chimney without too much problem, avoiding the teeth of the vicious fish-like creatures with the help of the dark wing and a couple of perilous leaps. The structure was wide and incredibly tall, reaching at least 300 meters into the sky. And that was just the part visible above the water. There were a few holes in the frame of the alloy smokestack, so Sunny did not waste time jumping through one of them. He found himself in a vast, dark well, still water radiating bone-chilling cold a few meters beneath his feet. A tiny circle of light was visible hundreds of meters above. Sunny did not know what kind of industrial behemoth had demanded such an enormous chimney, 3 of them. In fact, and what kind of poison had been billowing out of them into the atmosphere in the past. However, even now, decades or even centuries later, the air inside was acrid and hard to inhale, reminding him of the worst days in the outskirts. Grimacing, Sunny looked around, and then jumped to a piece of scaffolding a dozen or so meters above his current position. Landing noiselessly on the weathered alloy, he smiled at Saint, who had been standing there, still as a statue, holding a bow in one hand. The taciturn knight turned her head slightly, acknowledging his arrival, then indifferently continued to watch the base of the smokestack. He could feel Nightmare hiding in the darkness nearby, dissolved into the shadow form. The black steed moved, greeting him, and then grew still once again. "Good work, guys," Sunny's calm hissed. "Get up here, I'm bored out of my mind." He sighed, then turned into a shadow himself and ascended the tall structure, gliding upward in a wide spiral. As SDMNY was going up the old alloy walls, he found himself involuntarily thinking about how long it would take Imp to eat the whole thing. Then he caught himself and scoffed. "Gods, what am I thinking about?" But it was really a lot of alloy. At the top of the smokestack, strange machines were installed into the mouth of the well, and the walls were blackened by fire and soot. The acrid smell was somewhat reduced by the proximity to the open sky. Jet was sitting on one of the pieces of machinery, her feet hanging above the abyssal drop. Noticing Sunny step out of the shadows, she closed the lid of an army-issued thermos, threw it into her backpack, and grinned. "Here you are," he nodded. "Yeah, sorry for making you wait." Soul Reaper shook her head. "I've been on a long reconnaissance mission the entire week. Honestly, having a chance to just sit and relax for a few hours was exactly what I needed." Let had joined the Special Reconnaissance Unit, just like Sunny. They mostly worked alone, but for the more dangerous missions, Army Command grouped 2 or more scouts together. As a result, the 2 of them continued to cooperate and fight side by side through most of the past few months. By now, they made for a very good team. Jet stood up and looked around, studying the ancient machinery. "Hey, do you know what these things were for?" Sunny shook his head. "No, do you?" She walked along the edge of the alloy platform and nodded. "It's a filtration system. Basically, one furnace pushed a constant stream of toxic smoke through the smokestack, and on top of it was another furnace. This one meant to burn all the toxicity out of the smoke and prevent it from getting into the atmosphere. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV YA LC a VEC tilde AM. So each of these chimneys used to shoot out a colossal plume of fire into the sky. Must have been quite a sight, especially in winter. Sunny scratched the back of his head. "Sounds kind of stupid." Jet glanced at him with a bleak expression. "Well, I'm not an engineer, it must have worked. Otherwise, why waste all that time and energy on constructing filters? Anyway, let's get to the top." The faster we finish the mission, the faster we can get the hell out of this stench. They scaled the last dozen or so meters of the smokestack using an ancient, rickety ring ladder and climbed onto the lip of the giant chimney. It was as wide as a road. From here, most of the lake and the city drowned by it could be easily seen. Sonny stared down, appreciating the surreal beauty of the desolate landscape beneath them. Almost at the same time, two of his shadows reached the top of the other two giant smokestacks. Let glanced at him. Well, he hesitated for a few moments. The one to our left is empty, but the right one. There is something hiding inside, something huge. All the shadow could see were loops of flesh coiled inside the dark well of the ancient smokestack, filling almost a third of it. Jet sighed with relief. Well, good, because we need to get to the left one. Leave that thing, whatever it is, alone. Sonny nodded, ordering his shadow to hide itself and keep an eye on the gargantuan creature. The three towering chimneys were not too far away from each other, so getting from one to another was not a problem to them. However, it was not very safe if something attacked you in the air. Staying alive would be a challenge. So, unless someone like Kai was around, at least two people were required to keep each other safe. Sonny temporarily borrowed Morgan's barbow from Saint and covered Jet as she glided across the wide gap between smokestacks using a flight memory. She reached the next chimney, then summoned half a dozen sharp throwing stars and did the same for him. Sonny used the dark wing to breach the gap and soon joined Jet. Now they were very close to coming in sight of the target of this mission. He frowned. "Do you feel it?" Soul Reaper slowly nodded. "Yeah, the call is much stronger here. There must be a Category 3 gate nearby." They walked to the opposite side of the smokestack and looked down. From that position, nothing obstructed their view of the middle of the lake. And there, nestled between the ancient ruins, Sonny sighed. That is going to be trouble. Chapter 1083, Reconnaissance. The two of them lowered themselves to the weathered alloy, looking cautiously over the edge. Far away in the middle of the ruined city, an enormous body of a ghastly creature was hidden between the rubble. Long swathes of it submerged into the water. The creature resembled a monstrous centipede that was at least 100 meters long. It was encased in pale chitin. No, not chitin. Bone. The giant centipede seemed to be covered in countless thousands of human skulls, all of them stuck together to form a morbid carapace. Its horrid maw was large enough to swallow an armored ape and full of grotesque, hone-white teeth. On its head, two tall, dead trees grew from the carapace of skulls like skeletal horns. Taking care to not fixate on the grotesque creature directly, knowing that some abominations could sense when they were being watched, Sonny couldn't help but feel a chill. That thing's going to be a nightmare. Silence was the key, and thus Sonny used the mystical blessing of dusk to communicate his thoughts, avoiding speaking aloud. Jet, receiving his silent message, responded in kind, her voice echoing in his mind against the backdrop of deathly stillness and the mournful wind. "Examine its mouth." Sonny did as she asked, his eyes widening at the sight below. The monstrous centipede writhed, its long neck contorting as it gagged and then retched up a mass of wet, slime-coated bones. It seemed for a moment as if the creature was having difficulty digesting its last meal, but then the pile of bones began to shift, slowly forming into a twisted, nightmarish figure. Rising unsteadily, the abomination stumbled away and vanished beneath the water's surface. Sonny's brow furrowed in disgust. How many of these abominations had the centipede spawned? After a brief pause, he turned to Jet, his voice grim. "It's one of those corrupted tyrants." Jet's face twisted into a frown. "It does seem that way, doesn't it?" Moving swiftly, Soul Reaper retrieved several bulky devices from her backpack. These were sophisticated sensor arrays and recorders, supplied by the Army and crafted using intricate spelltech technology. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHT NAV YLC VEC tilde AM. But despite their complexity, they proved useless in the face of interference from a nearby gate. Minutes passed, filled with futile attempts to gather information until Jet finally sighed and shook her head at Sunny. He simply shrugged. Guess we'll have to contact Army Command. Without a word, Jet moved to a safer spot and activated her military communicator. Despite the harsh static, she managed to convey a message. HQ, this is Recon 4 and Recon 9. Target sighted, threat level Core 5. Requesting analyst backup. A brief wait, and Jet signaled they needed to wait 3 more minutes. They're moving fast. Must be important, Sunny thought, his mind racing. The situation seemed critical and he could sense the urgency. He summoned a memory, a rare and valuable tool that connected them to the Army headquarters through a twin circle of patina-covered bronze, allowing diviners to extend their senses across vast distances. Minutes later, as Jet rejoined him, a mental message reached Sunny. They're watching now. As the ghastly centipede continued its grim work below, both Sunny and Jet held their breath, fear dancing in their eyes. Time seemed to stretch as they watched, their minds racing. Eventually, the connection with headquarters was severed and Jet looked at Sunny. They're concerned about that monster. We need to stay put and observe. Report if it moves. Sunny's heart sank as he looked around, the wind biting into his flesh, the acrid smell lingering. Guess I'll catch some sleep. Jet's eyes widened in shock. What? I get to sleep first. I haven't slept in ages. A gloomy stare from Sunny, another sigh. All right, you go ahead. I'll watch over our friend here. Why does she even need to sleep? She's not even alive. Hours passed, shifts changed, and the Tyrant continued its macabre work. When it finally moved, Sunny and Jet were quick to action, reporting to Army Command and preparing to follow. 2 entire companies were dispatched to face the abomination, the Wolves and the Nightsingers. Sunny's face twisted into a crooked smile at the thought of reuniting with old comrades Effie and Kai. The battle to come promised to be one for the ages. Chapter 10, 84. Following the Tyrant for the next few days, Sunny and Jet stealthily pursued the skull centipede. These days were long, tense, and perilous. Not only did they have to brave the wilderness, but they also had to keep up with the ghastly abomination while not being seen or sensed by it. On a few occasions, they had almost been discovered, barely managing to salvage the situation at the last moment. Sunny was not sure what would have happened if the creature had found them. With Saint supporting the 2 scouts from the shadows, they at least had a slim chance of slaying the Tyrant. But a battle like that would be a dire one. It would have had to be one of those battles where he was forced to put everything on the line, only surviving by the skin of his teeth. In the past, Sunny had fought plenty of battles like that. He had grown so used to walking the thin line between life and death that he did not even consider such things unusual anymore. That mad balancing act was just par for the course. However, he also knew that he would not remain on the winning side forever. If he kept risking everything, his luck was bound to run out one day. After Falcon Scott, his way of thinking about things shifted. Sunny was now much more experienced, and with that experience came cold, calculating prudence. His chances of defeating the skull centipede and its army of bone abominations would be much higher with the support of 2 entire companies of Awakened, and so he was determined to meet this enemy on a battlefield of his choosing, with the odds stacked in his favor as much as the circumstances allowed. Jet was of the same mind. They followed the plan and put all their effort into remaining hidden. The centipede slithered across the vast plains of East Antarctica, eviscerating everything in its path. It had no mercy for the other nightmare creatures, slaughtered swarms of them like helpless ants. After each massacre, the giant abomination would devour the corpses of its prey and coil its body into a macabre burrow of skulls, then wreathe and spew out more bone fiends. The centipede's army continued to grow as it advanced through the wilderness. With each day, Sunny and Jet became more and more despondent. It had been hard to tell at the start, but now there was no denying it. The Tyrant's course put it on a direct collision course with one of the siege capitals in East Antarctica. Each human stronghold on the continent was surrounded by vast masses of frenzied nightmare creatures, and even more dead ones. Tall piles of bodies covered the killing fields, growing with each passing day. If the skull centipede was allowed to launch an attack on a siege capital, it would already be bad enough. However, if it managed to gain access to all those corpses, the strength of its army would increase exponentially, and the threat posed by the creature would explode in magnitude. By then, only the intervention of a saint would prevent a disaster. The saints, however, were already busy racing endlessly from place to place, solving one crisis after another without rest. Which was why it was important to stop the abomination as soon as possible. On the fourth day of the pursuit, the centipede clashed with a whole horde of nightmare creatures, butchering hundreds of them and scaring the rest away. It dragged its massive body onto the battlefield, then got to the grisly business of consuming all the mangled bodies. One dead abomination after another disappeared into its massive maw, emotionlessly swallowed by the dreadful Tyrant. Sunny and Jet were observing the process from a safe distance as they hid between two enormous boulders. On the ground between them lay a scattering of bleeding carcasses. They themselves had engaged in a short and gruesome fight with a pack of nightmare creatures just minutes ago. Now that a suitable shelter was cleared, they could rest easy for a few hours. Sunny frowned. It killed too many this time, considering how long it takes to create a bone soldier. I'd say we'll be stuck here for a full day. The Tyrant's army will grow by a lot, Jet shrugged. The more it is delayed, the better. Army command will have time to prepare. She watched the giant centipede devour its victims for a few moments, then took a few steps back and contacted the headquarters to make a report. Soon after that, Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes suddenly gleamed. Understood. She deactivated her comm and looked at Sunny with a grin. It's happening. The welcoming party has already arrived. We need to overtake the monstrosity, meet up with them, and prepare the festivities. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Finally. A hunt like this one was not easy to arrange. Simply deploying troops outside the siege capital was a dangerous task by now. The wilderness was teeming with numerous nightmare creatures, and an expedition force risked drowning in a horde of them before even reaching the intended target. It took a lot of courage and competence to navigate a course through the enemy territory. If the target was on the move, the task only grew that much harder. Luckily, this time Army Command was receiving constant updates on the creature's location from Sunny and Jet, so tracking its path had been easier. And now, finally, almost every piece was in place. All that remained was for the scouts to join the assault force and spring the trap on the menacing Tyrant. Sunny smiled. Let's go, then. They silently abandoned their shelter and made a wide circle around the location of the skull centipede, then moved away with as much speed as they could allow themselves without risking attracting the attention of migrating hordes of nightmare creatures. Half a day later, Sunny and Jet arrived at the shore of a wide river. The landscape made it so that there weren't many places to cross it for many kilometers around, with only a single ford formed by a scattering of giant boulders. As they traversed the river, jumping from one stone to another, Sunny's comm suddenly came alive. A familiar voice came through the static. Well, it isn't, Frog, welcome. Some of it got swallowed up by the interference, but the last word was very easy to discern. Doofus. Sunny stopped for a moment and looked at the opposite bank of the river where a tall figure suddenly rose from the ground. Effie waved her hand and grinned. Ah, venerable Master Sunless. How nice of you to pay a visit. Chapter 1085. Wolf Army. Sunny and Jet looked like quite the pair. Both were wearing black, which made for a stark contrast with their pale skin and raven hair. Granted, Soul Reaper looked more imposing in her fitting black leather armor. Sunny, on the other hand, wore a simple silk tunic and a pair of dainty shoes. He was also unarmed. Actually, he was perhaps the more threatening of the two. People were used to seeing Awakened wear suits of impregnable armor and wield powerful weapons. It was the sight of someone who didn't feel the need to do so, even in the deadly reaches of East Antarctica, that was truly frightening. He made the last jump, landing softly on the ground not too far away from Effie. From here, Sonny could sense hundreds of shadows somewhere nearby. He looked around, noticing mundane soldiers and Awakened hidden here and there along the river shore, all keeping watch on the surrounding area. The first irregular company had numbered 42 Awakened and 7 Masters. The two companies Effie and Kai commanded, however, were different. Unlike the special unit Sonny had belonged to, these were companies meant for general combat. Each of them consisted of close to 100 Awakened and 10 times that many mundane soldiers, complete with a platoon of mighty MWPs and a robust stable of specialized vehicles that ranged from heavy artillery to support and resupply. 2 of these companies together made for a small army. Effie walked over, a wide smile on her face. "Sonny, long time no see," she looked. Quite impactful. His friend had always been a sight to behold with her impressively tall stature, athletic build, and generous figure. Now, however, Effie resembled an incarnation of a beautiful war deity much more than she resembled a mere mortal. The main reason for this was her armor. It was as though Effie had been dipped in liquid steel, which then clung tightly to her body, tracing every toned, graceful line of it. Sonny had once thought that the undying chain felt like a second layer of skin. However, in his case, that was simply a metaphor. The armor of the vibrant huntress, on the contrary, could be described the same way quite literally. There was a piece of white cloth tied around her waist, and another one covering her chest, but other than that, Effie's whole body was exposed and seemed as if it had been cast of lustrous steel. Only her head was uncovered for now. That armor, of course, was the transcendent memory she had received after slaying one of the immortal chain lord of the Kingdom of Hope, the Sun Prince. Sonny coughed. Just looking at Effie would make one's blood run hot. But that wasn't all. Currently, she had not even activated her ascended ability. Once she did, the fire burning in the hearts of the soldiers who saw her would become quite real, coursing through their veins and granting them actual power. It was as though Raised by Wolves was sharing some of her astonishing physical might with her followers. An involuntary smile found its way onto Sonny's face. "What are you talking about? We saw each other 2 weeks ago." Effie shook her head energetically. "That doesn't count. Every time you come to the island, you and Cassie immediately slink to the basement to spend a few quality hours closely studying the floor. The 2 of us, though, haven't had proper fun in ages." She grinned and then shifted her gaze to Jet, who was listening to their conversation with a strange expression on her face. "Oh, and welcome to you too, Miss Soul Reaper. Thanks for keeping this doofus alive. I know he's a handful." After saying that last part, Effie lingered for a moment and winked. Jet blinked a couple of times. The 2 of them met a few times, but she had not really been exposed to Effie's personality before. Sonny couldn't tell if she was bewildered or amused. Eventually, Soul Reaper smiled a little. "Sure, call me Jet." He stared at them with a glum expression. "Keeping me alive, really? That's funny. Don't you have a habit of occasionally trying to kill me?" Soul Reaper's smile turned into a grin. "Oh, come on. I haven't tried to kill you in at least a couple of months, so I don't know where this is coming from." Sonny shook his head, then glanced at Effie and smiled. "It's good to see you too, Effie." He looked around and asked, "Where's the other one?" She nodded, then gestured for them to follow. "He's asleep. Now that the battle is drawing close, the 2 of us take turns sleeping. Both of us need to be fresh for the battle with the Tyrant, while at least one has to be awake at all times before that, so that arrangement works." They walked up the slope of the shore. Gradually, the hidden camp of the small army revealed itself, with hundreds of soldiers soberly preparing for the upcoming battle. Awakened, mundane soldiers, MWP pilots, operators of combat vehicles. All of them were throwing wide-eyed glances at the three masters. Who is that with the boss? Are those the SRU scouts? Is it me, or is our boss acting too friendly with that guy? Gee gods, isn't that Soul Reaper Jet? Holy hell, that's Soul Reaper and Devil. No way, let me see. I heard the two of them fought a corrupted Titan in the Antarctic center. That can't be right, can it? They wouldn't be alive if they did. Soul Reaper might be tough, but our boss is definitely tougher. I once saw Devil slaughter an entire swarm of nightmare creatures without lifting a finger. He just stood there and they were all shredded into little pieces. I swear to gods it's true. Sonny ignored the whispers and followed Effie. His shadows, however, took a good look around. He was about to go into battle side by side with these people, so he had to know all about them. The soldiers of the two companies looked competent, determined, and in high spirits. The Wolves and the Nightsingers were technically not counted as special forces, but among the rank and file of the evacuation army, they had already earned the reputation of elite units. They were led by two of the most fearsome masters in the world, after all. The soldiers were mixed among each other, but funnily enough, it was easy to see which belonged to which company. The Wolves were more boisterous, lively, and rough around the edges. The Nightsingers were more calm, reserved, and good-natured. It was as if they had assumed the personalities of their leaders. Sonny smiled with the corner of his mouth, then shook his head. They walked along a row of camouflaged tents and approached a particular one, which looked no different from all the others. Effie suddenly made a fist and banged it against her bare thigh, producing a loud metallic ring. "Wake up, Birdie." "The most honest person in two worlds is here," Erdiol notes. "One more later maybe, depends on if I fall asleep or not before the author releases the last chapter for the day." Chapter 1086. Shared pain. There was some rustling inside the tent, and then Kai emerged from it, looking as handsome and dazzling as ever. No, even more so. Sonny's face became a little dull. His friend had reached borderline criminal levels of attractiveness after becoming a master, mesmerizing most mundane humans by simply appearing in front of them. But Sonny had thought that a couple of months in the mud and muck of Antarctica would rub some of that glamour off. However, he had been sorely mistaken. If anything, Kai only became more captivating. His natural charm had acquired a hint of reserved military valiance, becoming more subdued, but also much more arresting. His green eyes were still as electric as ever, but now there was a quiet, almost melancholic depth to them that made one deeply desire to comfort and console the young man. Those eyes were nothing short of compelling. Kai smiled, making all three of them, Sonny, Effie, and Jet, hold their breaths for a moment. "Sonny," ascended Jet, "it is so good to see you." Even his voice was like a soothing melody. "That bastard." Sonny wasn't even angry about how stunning his friend was. What really disheartened him was what Kai was wearing. The archer was clad in a beautiful suit of ivory armor that seemed to be made out of impregnable scales, with a few insets of burnished bronze blazing between them with reflected sunlight. It was tied at the waist by a sash of burnt umber color, which emphasized the rich auburn splendor of his hair. The armor was made of dragon scales, and was a transcendent memory Kai had received after slaying the ivory dragon Severax. Both Effie and Kai had come into possession of a transcendent armor in the second nightmare. Sonny used to have an armor like that too, which he had gotten for killing Solvin for the first time, but of course it had been destroyed by Goliath, and now he was the only person of the three without one. "Ah, that really grinds my gears," Sonny winced, but was then distracted from his resigned self-pity by Jet, who smiled and stretched her hand out for a handshake. Ascended Nightingale. "I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you before." Indeed, this was the first time the two of them met. Sonny glanced at Soul Reaper bleakly. "At least she is not a fangirl like someone I know." Still, Jet had not even tried to shake Effie's hand. What was up with that? The four of them exchanged a few words and headed for a larger tent that stood nearby, serving as the improvised strategy room for the small army. As they walked, Sonny briefly clasped forearm with Kai. "How are you doing?" After the things he had experienced in Falcon Scott, Sonny held a somewhat different view of the charming archer, and of what his friend had shared with him in the sanctuary of Noctis. Back then, he knew that Kai was deeply hurt by what had transpired in the Ivory City, both physically and mentally. He had been a centurion who led soldiers into a war against Solvin's zealots, only to watch his soldiers die and disappear in the flames of the dragon, and then be crippled by those flames himself. Sonny had thought that the pain of defeat and becoming a cripple was what haunted his friend the most, but after experiencing the burden and privilege of being in command and learning how it felt to watch his people die, now he thought differently. Kai smiled softly. "I am doing well, thank you for asking, Sonny, but I really am. I feel like I'm in the right place." Sonny nodded, thinking that he understood. Kai had always had these naive notions of what was right and wrong, and what a good person was meant to do with the power all awakened possessed. For someone like him, coming to Antarctica was, perhaps, a very sincere endeavor. He glanced at Effie. Come to think of it, the merry huntress had lost people in the nightmare too. She watched all the other girls perish under the ruthless training methods of the war maidens, powerless to save any of them. Even Cassie had experienced powerlessness and loss, with all the other priestesses and people of the Night Temple, including her cherished mentor, the one in the north, ending up slaughtered by Mordred. All of them had felt it. Did Nephi's feel the same? Probably not. But then again, no one knew what she had lived through in the second nightmare. Changing Star was strangely reticent about that particular ordeal. They entered the tent, gathering around a fold-out table that had a small holographic projector placed on it. A topographical map of the area was projected into the air, with their location and the last known whereabouts of the skull centipede marked on it in red. Sonny, however, paid it no attention, still lost in his thoughts. After a while, he shook them off and honed in on the conversation. Kai was speaking. "There is simply no other path. The creature will definitely try to cross the river near the ford, and so that is where we will ambush it." Jet shook her head. "You are mistaken. It is large enough to ford the river anywhere. Its minions don't breathe, so they can simply walk along the bottom and crawl out of the water on the other side. The current is nowhere near strong enough to be an obstacle for them." The charming archer sighed, then nodded. "That is correct, which was why I said near the ford, not directly using the ford. The landscape is going to push the Tyrant into this general area, but we have no way of knowing where exactly it will enter the river." Sonny frowned, already sensing where this was going. "So, what is the plan then?" Effie chuckled. "Well, what else? Since we don't know where it's going, we'll just have to make sure that it comes to where we want it to come." Sonny let out a resigned sigh. "So, who is going to be the bait?" Effie awkwardly scratched the back of her head. "I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to." He remained silent for a moment, then scoffed. Kai smiled a little. "Honestly, it can be any of us." "Oh, I'm sorry, Master Jet. I'm afraid I'm not entirely familiar with your capabilities. What I meant to say was that Effie, Sonny, and I all have ways of making sure that we survive leading the creature to the ambush. So any of us three can go." Sonny slowly shook his head. "No, I'll go. I have to contribute at an earlier stage of the battle, because I might not be of much use at the later stage." It was true. With how close Sonny was to forming the Fifth Corps, chances were that he would pass the threshold right in the middle of a furious melee. If that happened, he would have to struggle to simply stay alive. As for being useful, he was not sure if he'd be able to do anything at all. Chapter 1087. War Masters. The pallid centipede was slithering across a desolate landscape, followed by an army of abominable bone creatures. Its massive body tore forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground was pierced and upturned by its 1,000 sharp legs, the ancient boulders shattered, the brooks of clear water spoiled with and turned into streams of poison. Soon, a wide river appeared in the distance. The ghastly tyrant did not slow down, continuing its ruinous advance. Then, however, the monstrous centipede slowed down. Its appalling head swiveled, rising into the air. Its harrowing maw opened. The branches of the dead trees that served as the creature's horns swayed lightly in the wind. The wind had brought with it a strange sound, the distant weeping of a flute. The centipede lingered for a few moments, then suddenly changed direction, lunging toward the source of the discordant sound. It did not have eyes, but the black eye sockets of the countless skulls forming its carapace seemed to radiate dark, ineffable malice. The corrupted tyrant pursued the source of the simple melody. However, the flute player remained elusive like a ghost. Sometimes, the creature seemed to draw near the player, but he always managed to slip away at the last moment. All it found were empty shadows. However, at some point, the pursuit came to an end. The hideous centipede had almost reached the river by that point. In front of it was a natural ford formed by a line of enormous boulders, with only their tops emerging from the water. On the opposite side of the river, a lone human was sitting cross-legged on a stone, playing a strange emerald flute. It was a young man with pale skin and dark hair, wearing a tunic of black silk. Sonny did not pay any attention to the harrowing centipede and continued to play the flute. His fingers moved nimbly, but the melody he created was pretty rough, to say the least. He sighed. I thought I improved, but maybe not. On the other shore, the tyrant froze for a second, then rushed forward. The creature dove into the river, raising a towering wave, and its soldiers followed. Some of the bone abominations jumped heavily across the boulders, most simply dove into the cold water after their ruler. Sonny waited for a moment, then dismissed the bone singer and looked at the sky. The sun was still visible, but since it was close to the horizon, its light was dim. As he watched, several things happened at the same time. First, a series of explosions thundered, demolishing the boulders of the ford. Giant fountains of water rose into the air. Second, hundreds of human figures rose from the trenches dug higher up the slope. Third, a barrage of artillery shells and tungsten rounds descended upon the bone abominations from beyond the hills. The creatures shuddered, but resisted the mundane implements of war. Their progress, however, was slowed. That was when the awakened attacked. Numerous enchanted arrows and magical projectiles rained on the soldiers of the skull centipede's army. This time the damage was apparent. A hulking creature that had just fallen into the river exploded into hundreds of bone fragments. Another lost a limb. Yet another one was suddenly covered by a layer of sizzling amber liquid that corroded the bones, eating through them like acid. And more, much more. But that was just the start. Even though that initial salvo destroyed dozens of dreadful abominations, there were many hundreds of them left. There was the tyrant itself as well. A beautiful figure that seemed to be cast of steel appeared on the slope in front of the trenches, wielding a spear and a large round shield. Her voice boomed across the battlefield, filling the hearts of the soldiers with maddened fervor. Wolves, prepare for war. Sonny turned his head and glanced at Effie, feeling his blood boil from her battle cry. As he did, a strange thing happened. He suddenly felt exhilarating power rush into his body. It was as though he was suddenly as mighty as a ferocious beast, as resilient as a granite wall, and as sharp as a steel sword. And that was not just a feeling. His strength, speed, endurance, and resilience did indeed undergo a striking improvement. It was as though his body had received a comprehensive overhaul, becoming so much more suited for battle. Incredible. Every time he was exposed to Effie's ascended ability, Sonny couldn't help but feel awed. For him, who had already enjoyed the augmentation of the shadows, the physical boost was not that pronounced. But for the awakened soldiers, and especially mundane humans, It must have been a true blessing. The most frightening part, however, was that this ability had no limit to how many people could be empowered by it. Anyone who saw Effie and was deemed an ally by her would receive its benefit. Their number did not even affect the rate with which she consumed essence. The only detriment, albeit a small one, was that the soldiers had to maintain a line of sight with their commander to enjoy the boon of her power. However, considering that Effie almost always preferred to fight on the front line, that was usually not a problem. Just as he had expected, the eyes of the soldiers ignited with burning resolve at the sound of her voice. The soldiers of her company suddenly raised their heads and let out boisterous howls, acting like an army of actual wolves. And then another voice joined them, this one sonorous and clear, easily drowning out all the rest, Kai's voice. When Sonny heard it, his heart suddenly shook. Instantly, all the unnecessary thoughts were erased from his head, leaving only the pure, flaming, indomitable desire to do battle. Even though this change was not physical, it might have been even more profound than the empowerment of Effie's aspect, because it affected the heart. Even Sonny, for whom the effect was somewhat muted because of how guarded his mind and soul were, felt incredibly inspired. The clarity bestowed by Kai's call would do wonders for the soldiers in this battle. Sonny shook his head slightly. Scary. Kai's ability was just too terrifying. An Ascended would most likely be able to resist it to some degree, but mere Awakened had no choice but to be compelled. As for mundane humans, if the handsome enchanter chose to misuse his powers, they would do anything he told them to. They would happily end their lives if he asked. Luckily, Kai would never do that. Instead, he used his power to inspire the soldiers and make them stronger. With Sonny serving as a perfect scout, Effie strengthening the bodies of the soldiers, and Kai inspiring their hearts, the threat of the corrupted tyrant suddenly did not seem overwhelming. As the head of the skull centipede emerged from the water, it was met with a furious onslaught of attacks. Strengthened by their two leaders, the small army was burning with the desire, an ability, to win this battle. Chapter 1088. Force Multiplier. Before, the future seemed grim for the expedition force of the evacuation army. Even though they numbered more than 2,000 soldiers, with 200 awakened and 4 masters ready to fight at the front, the enemy was just too domineering. The corrupted tyrant itself was tremendously dangerous. The army of bone monstrosities was no less threatening. However, both Effie and Kai were incredible sources of strength, acting as force multipliers for the whole regiment. With their help, the power of the soldiers soared, almost balancing the scale. Sonny's and Jet's efforts were no less important. Thanks to them, the two companies had been able to choose the battlefield and prepare an ambush. Terrain advantage was extremely valuable, and so was the foreknowledge of what the enemy was capable of. That last part was, perhaps, the most precious. The two scouts had not only gathered intelligence about the location of the enemy and the number of minions under its rule, they had also provided the analysts and diviners of the army with an opportunity to study the tyrant. Thanks to that, the human force did not have to go into the battle blind. Even though they did not know every detail of what the skull centipede was capable of, they did know the most important parts. For example, they knew that the confluence of the power that the giant abomination possessed was, surprisingly, hidden in the 2 dead skeletal trees that grew from its head, serving as the tyrant's crown and horns. In fact, Army Command had gone as far as to suggest that the true abomination was not the centipede itself, but the network of tree roots that permeated its monstrous skull, growing through the creature's brain matter. As such, the small army's first goal was to destroy one, or better yet both of these trees. Without them, the tyrant would most likely lose the ability to control its bone soldiers, as well as access to its most terrifying powers. But it was more easily said than done. and Sonny currently had other things to worry about because the centipede was going directly for him. Ignoring the squall of bullets and the rain of arrow, it rose from the river like a mountain of skulls and lunged straight at him, the giant maw opening like an abyssal gate. Sonny blinked. Are my flute skills really that atrocious? Listen, there's really no need to be that angry. A moment before the dreadful tyrant crashed into the boulder he was sitting on, Sonny leaned back and dissipated into the shadows. The centipede plunged down, shattering the ancient stone and turning it to dust. Stone shards and a great deal of dirt flew into the air, rising like a cloud. Sonny finished a backward roll much further up the slope, appearing behind the trenches and the mass of soldiers. He rose, flicked a few pieces of dust off his tunic, and glanced in the direction of the giant abomination. The skull centipede turned its head in the direction of the firing soldiers, its jaw still hanging open. Then its enormous body tensed, ready to shoot forward. Before it could, however, something flashed through the air and impacted against the tyrant's head. The mysterious projectile was none other than Effie, who had used her own body as a siege ram. After rushing through the battlefield like a hurricane, she jumped and made her body into a ball, hiding it behind the round shield. When the dusk shard struck the tyrant, numerous skulls were instantly pulverized into bone dust. However, even more were revealed, becoming visible through the crack in the morbid carapace. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it not only slowed the centipede down, it actually threw the abomination back, pushing it back into the river. Effie herself was tossed to the ground and landed in a roll, jumping back to her feet a moment later. Her sculpted steel body did not look damaged at all. If anything, the huntress looked as exuberant and robust as ever. As her war cry resounded across the battlefield, the first wave of the hulking bone abominations clashed against the line of awakened. A ferocious melee exploded into a cacophony of ear-piercing noise. The tide of nightmare creatures seemed unstoppable, as if it would easily wash the human fighters away in a wave of desperation and blood. But it didn't. The first reason for that was Jet, who threw herself into the flood of abominations a few moments before the clash and broke the enemy's momentum. Her naginata easily passed through the layers of bone, destroying the rotten souls of the tyrant's minions. Both the bone puppets and soul reaper herself could be considered living dead. However, even among the dead, she was an exalted existence. The second reason was the awakened themselves. Even though most of the ghastly abominations were fallen, it barely looked as if there was a gap of power between them and the human fighters. Empowered by raised by wolves and emboldened by Nightingale, the soldiers fought with might and ferocity that was far beyond what they should have been capable of. It was really quite astonishing to see. Sonny shifted a little. Time for me to enter the fray as well, I guess. He had to act restrained in this battle. However, that did not mean that he couldn't do anything. More and more bone fiends were crawling out of the river, and the skull centipede itself had already recovered from Effie's devastating blow. It was lunging forward once again, this time aiming for the ironclad huntress. Sonny opened a leather satchel that hung on the silk cord tied around his waist and took out a small, intricately engraved stone lantern. Then, he tossed it across the battlefield, aiming for the line where the shore met the cold water. As soon as the shadow lantern landed, it was as though all light was devoured from the wide area around it. Many bone abominations entered the sphere of darkness. However, none of them emerged again, as if swallowed by the shadows. Well, of course they didn't. After all, out there in the darkness, unseen, Saint was already waiting for them with the sin of solace in her hand. After unleashing her on the battlefield, Sonny concentrated on using shadow manifestation to reduce pressure on the soldiers. He tried not to destroy any of the bone abominations himself, maiming and suppressing them instead. Despite his efforts, however, a generous stream of shadow fragments poured into his soul, threatening to render him defenseless too soon. Sunny frowned, then looked in the direction where Effie was trying to distract the skull centipede and prevent it from reaching the trenches. She was holding the tyrant at bay, barely. For now, a dark grimace appeared on his face. It's all up to Kai then. Chapter 1089. Falling Star. Effie was having a hard time standing her ground against the giant centipede. In fact, she was barely holding on. Even though a furious barrage of bullets, enchanted arrows, and magical projectiles was raining on the ghastly carapace of skulls, the abomination did not seem slowed down at all. Its massive body moved with dire speed, thousands of scythe-like legs tearing up the ground with each motion. The difference in size between the tyrant and the fearless huntress was just too big. Effie's only saving grace was that her body, despite being hundreds of times smaller than that of the ghastly centipede, seemed to contain truly astounding strength. She was incredibly swift and agile, as well, dashing around with stunning speed to dodge the crushing blows of the monstrous creature. Above everything else, the huntress was all but invulnerable. Her innate resilience was reinforced by two aspect abilities, and then strengthened by a transcendent armor on top of that. She had received several glancing blows from the abomination, which would have turned almost any other master into a broken corpse. Effie, however, was able to shake them off and continue to fight. Of course, there was no such thing as true invulnerability. The huntress was fine for now, but she was still dancing with death. The round shield she wielded possessed an enchantment called Indomitable, which functioned similar to Sunny's own Feather of Truth, and allowed Effie to change its weight at will. Her spear was not able to deal serious wounds to the tyrant, but its strikes must have stung. Sunny saw the creature recoiling after the huntress managed to land a solid blow. All that allowed raised by wolves to tie down the skull centipede, at least for a short while. However, it did not mean that she would win. It took all Effie had to simply match the menace of the corrupted tyrant's massive body, all her abilities, all her skill, and all her powerful memories, while the abomination had not revealed any of its powers yet. Once it did, the situation would inevitably change, and that moment had already come. As Sunny watched, Effie managed to push the centipede back once again. The shockwave of the impact threw her back as well. The huntress slid through the dirt, leaving two grooves in it. Her spear shot down, piercing the ground and bringing her to a sudden stop. A moment later, she was already lunging forward, ready to deliver another strike. However, the tyrant seemed to be fed up with their furious clash. The skull centipede raised its appalling head, the branches of the dead trees growing from the carapace of skulls swinging in the wind. Sunny's eyes widened slightly as he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. It was as though the wind that brushed against the skeletal branches was full of tormented whispers. A small black dot appeared in the air between the two trees. The dot warped and twisted, collapsing in on itself, and then began to grow, devouring the fabric of reality itself. It seemed as if an abyssal gate was starting to open in the air above the creature's head. Crap! Sunny instantly knew that nothing good was going to happen if the circle of darkness was allowed to finish forming. He made a move to step forward, but at that moment, a stream of light tore the sky asunder, falling from somewhere high above with inconceivable speed. It streaked across the battlefield like a flaming comet and crossed paths with the centipede's head, exploding with blinding radiance. A low boom resounded, followed by the sound of shattering wood. Kai had arrived. The plan of the battle the four masters had come up with assigned each of them an important role. Sunny was responsible for luring the tyrant to the ambush site and creating an obstacle for the bone fiends crawling out of the river. Jet was meant to lead the defenders and make sure that the trenches were not overrun. Effie's role was to stall the centipede, and more importantly, distract it. But it was Kai who was the key to their success, or failure. The whole plan depended on whether the Tyrant would be able to unleash its harrowing powers. To prevent it from happening and reduce the skull centipede to a mere giant beast, the trees growing from its head had to be destroyed. That was what Kai had to accomplish. He had hidden himself high in the sky and bid his time, waiting for an opportune moment. Then the archer plunged down, burning his essence and using gravity to reach truly astonishing speed. And now he delivered his attack, using that speed to close the trap they had set. The flaming comet was Kai himself, and he held a slender, shining saber in his hand. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. The streak of light crossed the creature's head, something flashed, and then a loud explosion boomed, washing over the battlefield. A split second later, Kai fell into the river. His speed was still so tremendous that he slid across the surface of the water without plunging into it, and only slowed down after being pushed 100 meters away from the shore. The head of the skull centipede, meanwhile, was flung to the side. One of the dead trees crowning it was completely shattered, its trunk exploding into thousands of sharp splinters. The circle of darkness collapsed and disappeared without a trace, never receiving the chance to fully form. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. It worked. The Tyrant opened its maw, letting out a blood-chilling screech. The bone fiends trembled, becoming disorganized and somewhat sluggish. The soldiers roared with dark glee, invigorated by the sight of the giant creature losing one of its horns. Effie was already advancing, her spear ready to strike. Kai had managed to regain his balance and pushed himself off the surface of the water, shooting back into the sky and summoning his bow. A black arrow suddenly shot out of the cloud of darkness surrounding the shadow lantern. Empowered by Saint's transcended strength and the Death Dealer enchantment, the arrow struck the neck of the Tyrant with harrowing force, annihilating layers of skulls and ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of it. However, Sunny did not pay any of it much attention, because right at that moment the spell whispered into his ear, "You have slain a fallen monster, malignant root sapling. Your shadow grows stronger." Sunny froze, his face turning deathly pale. "Here we go again." The voice of the spell grew louder. "Your shadow is overflowing with power." Chapter 1090. Tyrant, your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. Your shadow. Sunny did not have to summon the runes to know that he had finally accomplished his goal. After absorbing thousands of shadow fragments, his soul was ready to form a new shadow core, his fifth one. He was about to become a tyrant. A conflicting mess of emotions rose in his heart. Of course, Sunny felt a sense of joy and triumph. His power was about to take a significant jump after all. The bleak, dreadful months he had spent in Antarctica, enduring hardships and grisly defeats, made this moment possible. In a sense, this was his reward, and so, the invisible scars he had been left with were not for nothing. On the other hand, this boon came at a very unfortunate moment. In the past, Sunny had been mostly able to time his advancements in a way that allowed him to go through the process in relatively safe conditions. A battlefield where hundreds of awakened were fighting against an army of fallen nightmare creatures, and a corrupted tyrant, however, was in no way safe. And on top of that, he had already gone through this ordeal 3 times. He knew how much it was going to hurt. Hell yes, and also, damn it. Sunny glanced at the skull centipede, who was reeling from the dreadful blow dealt to it by Saint's arrow. A huge chunk of flesh was missing from its neck, with bone dust and rivers of fetid blood spilling into the river. Effie was moments away from reaching the wounded abomination, her sculpted steel body glistening in the sunlight, and Kai was preparing to draw his bow. One of the dead trees had been destroyed, which was supposed to rob the tyrant of its most terrible powers. However, the outcome of the fight was still far away from being set in stone. A corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Sunny felt that Effie, Kai, and Saint had a good chance of emerging victorious from that fight, but he couldn't be sure. Jet and the awakened soldiers were struggling to hold back the tide of bone fiends. Sadly, for now, there was nothing much Sonny could do to help them. The rest of the battle was up to others to win. As a hint of terrible pain appeared in his soul, Sonny hurriedly jumped backwards, hiding between two mounds of dug-up dirt. Two figures emerged from his shadow. One was a fearsome black stallion, the other a scrawny little imp. He gritted his teeth and looked at his shadows. "Protect me." Then Sonny lingered for a moment and threw a glance at Nightmare. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, and if the little bastard does something stupid, you have my permission to eat him, Nightmare." The dark destrier snorted in calm agreement, while the imp stared at him with shocked outrage and fear. Sonny grinned, then turned white as a sheet and swayed. His hand rose, grabbing at his chest. "Arg, this is the worst." A familiar, but no less dreadful agony overwhelmed his entire being. Sonny was momentarily blinded and deafened, losing all sense of the world around him. Something was rising from the depths of his soul, tearing at it with sharp edges. The torment of it was nothing short of exquisite. He had experienced this pain several times before, but it grew more and more unbearable with each time. Human souls were not supposed to possess many cores, neither were they able to sustain them. It was only because of Sonny's divine aspect that his soul had become stronger, growing vast and powerful enough to endure the strain. Nevertheless, this was not in its nature. Therefore, the birth of a new core brought with it immeasurable pain, with each successive one hurting more. The first time Sonny had gone through the process, he had been rendered absolutely helpless, thrashing on the ground and wailing like a dying beast. The second time had brought him to his knees, making his screams echo in the desolate halls of the ruined Chalice Temple. The third time, Sonny had managed to remain silent, up to the point when the body of the shadow spawn he had been occupying started to change too. The pain had grown more intense with each new core, but Sonny had also grown more resilient. He had been through so much and had experienced so much. The journey through the endless procession of nightmares alone would have been enough to drive anyone mad. And so, this time, Sonny endured. He did not fall down, remaining on his feet. He did not scream. He did, however, lose all track of time and of what was happening around him. All that remained was agonizing pain and the sensation of something being born within his soul. It lasted for an eternity, but then, eventually, the eternity had ended. Sonny realized that he could hear again. He knew that because he heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ear softly, "Your shadow is complete." And mercifully the pain ended. He inhaled deeply, trembling. He felt stronger. His body had become stronger. His reserves of essence had grown the most by far. Most importantly, he was now in possession of the fifth shadow, and he was a tyrant. A tyrant, Sonny exhaled. A complicated emotion grasped his heart. Finally, after years of struggling and chasing after something that often seemed unreachable, he had caught up with Nephi's. Sure, she was still ahead of him by a sizable amount of fragments, but they were of the same class now. They were both ascended tyrants. Strangely enough, Sonny did not care too much. He had wanted desperately to be as strong as Changing Star once. There had been a lot of reasons for him to harbor that desire, some better, some worse. And now that he had reached that goal, Sonny knew that his former understanding of what real strength was had been terribly misguided. And so he did not really care. Still, it felt nice to be equal to her on paper, even if what was written in shimmering runes was not that important. Now, for the important stuff. Sonny shifted, turning his head to observe the battlefield. There was another tyrant nearby, and that tyrant posed a threat to his friends and the soldiers, so the creature had to be dealt with. Chapter 1091. Fifth Shadow. Sonny was still reeling from having his soul torn apart, then sewn back together. However, the battle was raging, so he had no time to recover in peace. That was fine. He was long used to fighting in the most dire conditions anyway. It took him only a moment to assess the situation. It seemed that he had been out of it for quite some time. The battlefield was ravaged and upturned, with the river itself slightly changing course. Its water, which had been clear once, now seemed muddy and noxious. Effie and Kai were still fighting the ghastly centipede in the shallows, with Saint supporting them from the darkness. The three seemed to be doing fine. The soldiers, however, were straining to hold their ground. The slope of the river shore was littered with shattered bones, and hundreds of the Tyrant's abominable minions had already been destroyed. But there were hundreds more, and now that Saint was busy turning the skull centipede into a pincushion and weighing it down with the help of the burden of peace, enchantment of Morgan's warbow. There was no one to serve as the wave breaker against their tide. There was only Jet. Soul Reaper moved like the beautiful visage of death among the bone fiends, erasing one after another from existence, but she was just one woman. No matter how fast and lethal, she couldn't be in several places at the same time. Sonny hesitated, trying to make a decision. His instinct was to go for the biggest threat, personally removing it from the equation. However, the Tyrant was still strong and ferocious. Even without most of its powers, the centipede was putting up a dreadful fight. It was hard to say how long it would take to bring it down. The soldiers, meanwhile, would continue to suffer under the onslaught of the bone fiends until it did. So what was he supposed to do? Follow his habits and race to kill the Tyrant, or act against instinct and put his trust in Effie and Kai, concentrating on reinforcing the ordinary soldiers instead? Sonny sighed. Instincts are great, but humans rose above beasts for and thanks to reason. In the end, no matter how unnatural it felt, he could do no better than to follow the plan. The role he had been assigned was to lure the Tyrant to the ambush, and then put obstacles in the path of the Bone Army to make it easier on the awakened and the mundane soldiers. So, Sonny was going to put himself between the abominations and the humans. Before lunging into the fray, he dismissed Nightmare and the little imp. They had already done their job by guarding him. Throwing the two into the mass of fallen enemies would do more harm than good. Then Sonny glanced down at the shadows gathered on the ground in front of him. The first four were his old companions, the gloomy, happy, creepy, and haughty fellows. The fifth one, however, was new. The fifth shadow seemed naive and good-natured. Even though it was not as boisterous, the guy resembled the happy shadow. A little bit too much. So much, in fact, that Sonny couldn't help but feel that its amicable disposition was just a front. And behind that front he could sense a hint of boundless deviousness. The shadow was up to no good. It was clearly full of all kinds of mischief. He raised his eyebrow and sighed. "You're a naughty one, aren't you?" The naughty shadow stared at him, radiating nothing but innocent surprise. Eventually, the shadow shook its head with utter sincerity. It seemed a little hurt. It was as though the shadow was saying, "Who? Me? Oh no, of course not. I would never." Sonny squinted his eyes. Yeah, right. Well, let's go then. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're in the middle of a battle." The shadow looked at him, then scratched the back of its head and glanced at its siblings, as if unsure what to do. When the other four shadows moved forward to wrap themselves around his body, though, it quickly followed. A feeling of overflowing strength permeated Sonny's body. He inhaled deeply, getting used to his new limits, then caught sight of Effie breaking a dozen of the Tyrant's legs with her round shield. Instantly, his limits were expanded even further. Sonny smiled, summoned the cruel sight, and dashed forward. At the same time, he used the blessing of dusk to establish a mental bond with Jet and coordinate their movements. She moved to her right. Soul Reaper was going to be responsible for the western half of the defensive line, while Devil was going to rampage in the eastern part. Shadows surged forward. In the next moment, the sound of breaking bones rolled over the battlefield. In the end, it was Kai who brought down the skull centipede. Saint had debilitated and slowed it down with her arrows, which gave Effie an opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to the creature's head, cracking its skull. Of course, that alone would have never killed a corrupted tyrant. However, it did give Kai a chance to deal a fatal strike to the ghastly abomination. Flying across the sky, he positioned himself above the centipede and drew his bow. This time, an arrow of incinerating flame appeared on its string. The heat of the arrow was so dreadful that it seemed as if the world itself was melting around it. Luckily, Kai was protected by the armor made from the scales of a dragon. Unaffected by the immolating heat, he let the fiery arrow loose. It flew down like a streak of light, entering the creature's skull through the thin crack. Then a dreadful explosion illuminated the tyrant's head from the inside. Tongues of flames and streams of smoke shot from its mouth, from the pit where the broken tree had been, and from the empty eyes of the countless skulls. The centipede's own indestructible giant skull seemed as if it was going to burst open for a moment, but in the end it didn't. Trailing smoke and fire from its head, the creature swayed and then heavily crashed to the ground. The skull centipede was dead. With the tyrant gone, its minions lost all remaining cohesion. Effie, Kai, and Saint were also freed to attack them from behind. Caught between them and the main body of the expedition force, the Bone Army swiftly dwindled. It wasn't long before it was completely annihilated. Looking at the battlefield, which was covered in broken bones, Sonny took a deep breath. I can't believe it. A plan actually worked. I think that's a first. Chapter 1092. Expeditious retreat. The battle was over, but the soldiers had no time to relax and celebrate their victory. They did not even have time to collect the soul shards and other spoils from the army of slain abominations. Instead, as soon as the fighting ended, everyone got busy preparing for an immediate retreat. That was the nature of the war in Antarctica. No matter what terrible foe you defeated, a dozen more were just beyond the horizon. They were in enemy territory. The ferocious battle against the skull centipede had not taken a lot of time, but it had created a lot of noise. Already, several hordes of nightmare creatures were flowing across the plain, converging on the location where the battle had taken place. Unless the expedition force wanted to drown in an endless flood of abominations, it needed to disappear as soon as possible. Sonny, Jet, Effie, and Kai were gathered in front of the skull centipede's massive corpse, careful to steer clear of the water. They did not know what the poison was exactly, but the river was visibly tainted. Even in death, the corrupted tyrant continued to spread death and destruction. They had just retrieved the 5 transcendent soul shards from the ghastly carcass. That was the extent of the trophies the expedition force was going to carry back with it. The huntress looked at the hundreds of dead abominations laying on the ground and sighed. Damn, what a pity. That would be enough for an entire cohort of sleepers to saturate their cores. Sonny felt a bit regretful, too. The monetary value of all these shards would have been astronomical. Granted, now that the chain of nightmare had flooded the waking world with abominations, the price of shards was not what it had been before. He knew it from his occasional correspondence with Aiko. He shook his head. That might be true, but what's the use of having all these shards if we die before reaching a siege capital? Kai nodded. Indeed, we have already reaped the main benefit, preventing the tyrant from growing stronger and reaching one of the human settlements. Our casualties were light, too. That's a win in my book. Anything else is irrelevant. Sonny knew that his friend was right, but nevertheless he could not help but sigh with regret. At least his luck had been good, granting him several ascended memories. None seemed particularly useful, so he promptly fed them to Nightmare. That was already a good result for one day. After a short pause, Sonny said, "In any case, good job, everyone. That went much smoother than I thought it would. Especially you, Kai. That was an insane shot." Sonny knew a thing or two about archery. Shooting an arrow through a thin crack in the skull of a moving target while flying at high speed. That was one for the books. The charming archer had been the one to destroy the skeletal trees as well. Kai smiled shyly. Thank you. To be honest, I can't quite believe it. I never thought that I would kill a corrupted tyrant one day. His green eyes turned slightly wistful as if he was recalling the past. Sonny blinked a couple of times. What on earth are you talking about? Can't believe it, says the guy who jumped into the mouth of a dragon to kill it. Kai coughed while Jet glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. A dragon? What kind of a dragon are we talking about? The archer shook his head. It was just a transformed saint in the nightmare. This time it was Soul Reaper's turn to blink. Ascended Nightingale killed a saint. Her voice sounded a little dull. Effie suddenly laughed. What about it? I killed one too. A huge pain of a bastard, and that one. She pointed at Sonny. He actually killed the same saint twice. Speak about holding grudges. Jet rubbed the back of her neck with a neutral expression. And I thought my second nightmare was exciting. At that moment, Kai turned his head slightly as if listening to something. He was most likely receiving a message through his comm, and indeed, a few moments later he called out to them, "Everything is ready. We can depart in 3 minutes." Sonny let out a relieved sigh. The two companies had been quick to organize themselves for a rapid march, and so they would be able to leave before any of the migrating hordes arrived. Kai looked at Sonny and Jet, then at Effie. Then he asked hesitantly, "Oh, are we going to take my ride or yours?" Effie scoffed. "Does it matter?" She grinned and answered her own question. "Of course it matters. Do you think that I don't know how pampered you are by your soldiers? That guy. It's really unfair. He has a fan club even in the army. They bring him all kinds of little gifts, including snacks and sweets, so I think we need to celebrate, and I think you're treating." Kai looked away in embarrassment. Those aren't gifts. People are just concerned about their commander. I can't really refuse either. They become sad if I do. Sonny grinned. Whatever you say. The archer shook his head. All right, then we will ride in my app. We can work on compiling a report for Army Command in the process, too. With nothing more to discuss, they hurried to leave the scene of the battle. Riding a personnel carrier at the head of a column of soldiers made Sonny remember the cold, dark days in the Antarctic center. Granted, Kai's app was a little shabby when compared to the robust, beautiful Rhino. Still, it got the job done, and the charming archer really had some delicious stuff squirreled away in the nooks and crannies of the heavy machine. The expedition force left the ravaged river shore behind and rushed across the plain, escaping the approaching mass of nightmare creatures. They masterfully navigated the landscape, avoiding the wandering swarms and keeping out of sight as well as they could. The column had to fight off a few packs of abominations, but these skirmishes were too inconsequential to pay them any attention. Things like that were unavoidable when a large force traveled across Antarctica. Everything was going well, but of course, it had not gone well for long. At some point, the loud sound of an emergency message rolled through the interior of the app. Sonny looked up and turned to the communication terminal, frowning. As soon as the damned thing lit up, he knew that something had gone really, really wrong. Chapter 1093. Perfect moment. The app was a little cramped, but the four masters were able to make themselves comfortable. They were sitting on empty ammunition crates, enjoying some of the snacks Kai had presented them with. The mood in the interior of the armored vehicle was surprisingly relaxed, and the awakened crew under the archer's command were respectfully giving them some space. Effie was talking. Wait. What? That is hilarious. The conversation had taken a random turn, leading to Kai sharing the details of how he and Sonny first met. At the time, one of them had been imprisoned in a deep well, while the other had gone more than a little feral after living alone in the dark city. The huntress knew what had happened in broad strokes, but this was her first time hearing the full story. She couldn't stop laughing. I can just imagine it. Effie wiped her eyes, then glanced at Jet and asked with curiosity, "What about you, Colonel? How did you become Sonny's fairy godmother?" Soul Reaper smiled, leaning back with a can of a refreshing beverage in her hand. "What's a fairy grandmother? Is it some kind of nightmare creature? Effie stared at her for a few moments, then shook her head despondently. What's a fairy go? Damn, they really are two peas in the same pod. Jet chuckled. I guess not. Well, there's not much of a story. I've been assigned to hold vigil over an aspirant, and that aspirant turned out to be Sunny. It's rare for us kids from the outskirts to survive the first nightmare, so I kept in touch. Sunny let out a relieved sigh when he realized that she wasn't going to describe the exact moment he had woken up, and what transpired right after. There was no need to give Effie more ammunition. If Jet spilled the beans, he would never hear the end of it. He opened his mouth to change the topic, but at that moment, the sound of an urgent message resounded in the interior of the app. Sunny did not like that sound at all. Looking up at the communication terminal, he frowned. Almost at the same time, his own comm vibrated, receiving a message as well. As Kai rose to access the terminal, the other three checked their comms. The messages Sunny and Jet had received were probably a little different since the Special Reconnaissance Unit was privy to more information, but the gist of it was the same. Damnation. Sunny glanced at his friends, reading the same somber tension on their faces. The chain of nightmares had just gone into another period of rapid escalation. Dozens of gates had opened across East Antarctica at the same time, and the initial readings showed that most, if not all of them, were of the third category. Much worse, it had already been confirmed that several Titans had emerged, ready to wreak havoc across the continent. Even though the three saints had slain several such creatures in the past months, the situation was still eerily similar to what had happened in the Antarctic Center. Would the entirety of the evacuation army be able to handle the sudden crisis? Sunny was not sure. Their chances were much higher than what the Antarctic Center contingents had been, but still. Things had just gone from bad to worse. Jet sighed. More Titans, huh? I wonder if any of them are corrupted. Effie continued to munch on her snack, seemingly unbothered by the dire news. She simply shrugged. We'll find out soon enough. There is no point in worrying about it now, is there? Soul Reaper grinned. True, well, unless one of those Titans happened to appear right between us and the siege capital. The Huntress suddenly stopped chewing, which was very abnormal behavior in her case, and glared at Jet silently. Colonel Jet, you just had to go and say it, didn't you? At that moment, Kai returned from the terminal with a troubled face. He looked at them for a few moments, then sighed. There has been a change of plans. The path we were supposed to take back is no longer available, so. Army Command sent orders to reroute the expedition force. We will be retreating to a different city to be stationed there until further notice. Effie sighed and shook her head despondently. See, Sunny and Jet glanced at each other. They had not received new orders, so the SRU still expected them to accompany the two companies. That was a relief. Kai turned to them and forced out a smile. Sunny, ascended Jet. We will have to trouble you with helping us navigate the wilderness as well as provide help to our scouts. I hope you don't mind. If everything goes well, we'll be behind walls in 3 days. Sunny looked around. Why would we mind? This is like a luxury hotel. I haven't been fed this much delicious stuff in a while. A small smile appeared on his face. Kai nodded. Great. Then please excuse me. I'll go arrange for the column to change course. He went back to the communication terminal, leaving the three of them alone. Sunny sighed, the smile disappearing from his face. This is it then. A perfect moment. 2 days passed in a tense but manageable atmosphere. The expedition force was persisting in its march, traversing the Great Plains of East Antarctica with acceptable speed. The skirmishes they fought increased in frequency and ferocity, but with Sunny's shadows scouting out the way, they were able to escape major battles. The rest of the continent was not doing as well. East Antarctica was in turmoil, with the assaults on the siege capitals growing more dreadful every day. The evacuation army was holding for now, but the future seemed grim. At the same time, the Saints had united to face the rampaging Titans. Their battle had lasted for several ruinous hours and ended in a bitter draw. 2 of the Titans perished, but the Transcendents had to retreat, each sustaining heavy wounds. Several more creatures remained, including one confirmed corrupted Titan. For now, none of them was actively moving toward the siege capitals, but it was only a matter of time. Bad. This smells really bad. Sonny was at the back of Kai's app, sitting on a crate with his eyes closed. His shadows were out scouting, and Jet was sleeping on a neighboring crate, using a military coat as a blanket. Suddenly, her communicator produced a melodic sound. Since it was not a notification from Army Command, Sonny paid it no attention. Soul Reaper, however, sat up, yawned, and glanced at the message with a sullen expression. She remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced and showed him the screen of the communicator. Sonny opened his eyes and read the title of a government propaganda article attached to the message. His eyes turned a little darker. The title read, "The Great Legacy Clans announce full support for the Southern Quadrant evacuation effort." In humanity's hour of need, its greatest warriors are rising against the forces of the Nightmare spell. The best of Bastion and Ravenheart are already en route to reinforce the valiant soldiers of the evacuation army.